Council members Blue,
Here.
Hanson,
Present.
Levison,
Here.
McCoy,
Present.
Santos,
Here.
Lang. Mayor Pro Tem, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming tonight, and what we'd like to do first is start with public invited to be heard. I do have a sign-up sheet, but if there's anybody else that would like to speak during the public invited to be heard, I believe there's another sheet out there. So just a reminder, you've got 3 minutes to make your presentation, and 30 seconds before your 3 minutes are up, you'll see a yellow light just to remind you that that your time is starting to come to a close, and if you could wrap up. So we can start with Charles Beal. Mr. Beal.
Thank you very much, but I can't get myself untangled with my oxygen, and I need my gas. Can you do this?
Okay, he can make it too.
He's affectionately known as Mike.
Who's got Charles?
I know, that's sufficient. They bought my house.
Please don't take that away from my 3 minutes.
No, you've got your time. Well, thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Beal. You can start whenever you're ready. And great.
Stepping on your
That's
oxygen
all
hose.
right. That's all right. I don't have to move.
I guess it's Madam Mayor Pro Tem or something that's on tonight, and fellow members of the council and members of the city staff and citizens of Longmont. I've had the unfortunate experience in the day of April the 10th of this year of being taken by an ambulance to our local hospital. I happen to have both Medicare A and B, as well as additional Medicare. I would like to read, if I can, as quickly as I can, and I think I'll get done in time. But Medicare denied payment for the service that the ambulance provided to me, and I am appealing that decision. The ambulance service, which is American Medical Response, which you have given your formal approval to be the city's service company, incorrectly encoded this as a non-emergency. I have full Medicare A and B coverage, secondary insurance with Hartford. Since the event in April, I have checked with medical personnel involved, both in the emergency room and intensive care, as well as the head nurse and cardiac pulmonary unit of the hospital. All remember this event and that it was indeed an emergency. I was in the hospital for 4 days. A couple of the nurses whom I knew from previous hospital stays said that they had never been so concerned about my condition. I'm 84 years old. I have COPD and a congestive heart failure. As much as I criticize the inept behavior of the ambulance crew, which made the situation worse, they left me in the middle of the street, by the way, in a gurney with nobody watching whatsoever. I do feel that Medicare should reconsider its original denial and pay its share of the $941.64 that the ambulance service charged me for this activity. Now, if I got a minute yet?
Yes, go on.
This is a gimmick that ambulance services often do, that they charge these as non-emergencies because then it never goes to Medicare if you're a senior citizen and you're covered by A and B in Medicare, so that they can collect the entire amount that they charge you for the service. To be charged almost $950 to be taken from O'Shea's, and I hadn't been drinking, haven't even had a chance to eat, and this event occurred very early after getting to O'Shea's, and to be taken from there to the hospital certainly does not warrant a fee of $950. That's what Medicare charged. That's what Medicare received. If they are not shown to have this indicated as an emergency, which it definitely was, and I've given reports of this to the assistant clerk, and she's going to give copies to all of you. I think my time's up. If anybody has a question, I'll be happy to answer it.
No, but I would like to ask our city manager. Gordon, could you try to get some additional information and talk to Chief Trunk and see, ask specifically about this particular incident, but also what their general practice is? Any additional information I think would be helpful.
We will, and we'll also put it in the context of the contract that they have with the city for providing this transport service.
Okay, great, thank you. So hopefully
Letters
we'll
have
get some-
gone immediately to the American Medical Response, whatever the company's name is, and to Medicare. So they are all informed of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Next person is Clark Myers.
See my light coming on, if that's okay.
I know his address, by the way. Mike Beals.
Do you know my address?
No. Dr. Beals'
Okay.
address. It's 37 Princeton Circle.
Oh, that's right. I do need to remind our speakers, Clark, if you could give us your name and your address
Sure.
before you.
I'm Clark Myers, 1051 Neon Forest Circle, Longmont, Colorado. I'm a resident and citizen and proud to be such of Longmont. I'd like to thank all of you tonight for giving me the chance to come up here and speak on a interesting topic to me, but I hope it makes some sense to you as well. Before you've got a little handout relative to private ownership of dog parks. The city of Longmont has a well-enforced and a very capable group enforcing it, a law and ordinance relative to dogs at large and animal control. That ordinance specifies that a dog can only be on a leash, or it can be off a leash on their premises or the owner's premises, period. The third alternative is at a city-designated dog park. The city now has 6 dog parks servicing 85,000 residents in the city of Longmont. Obviously, that number doesn't make any sense. It's not enough. You have to drive to these dog parks. When you get there, it's congested. It's very annoying to the dogs. It's very difficult to train obedience. There's quite a scenarios developed around this. What I'm proposing this evening is to take a look at the private designation, a private property designation of dog parks, so that an entity like a homeowner association, a church, any group that's considered a person under the law could designate a dog park approved by the city with the same building specs as the city provides, same maintenance, signage, cleanup, so forth and so on, for the use of the people that are part of that organization and their invited guests only. It's not for the public. This will alleviate a lot of congestion in the dog parks. They'll actually be used, so there'll be a lot less dogs at large issues right now. I think it'll cut down on kennel cough and some of the other diseases, and I think it'll be a really good place for dogs to train in obedience where they won't be, completely inundated by other animals. My proposal before you tonight is to please take a consideration of this, take a look at it, maybe some study if need be, but to amend 7.04 of the city municipal code with the wording that I've outlined on the third page. This wording, our HOA attorney and I have gone through and debated at some length, but it really leaves it so that the city can designate a dog park, a private entity can designate a dog park, but all dog parks must be approved by the city, so there's no, so that we can make sure the specs are upheld and the maintenance and cleanliness and so forth are taken care of. And again, I think that'll really make it, first of all, it saves energy from driving. It's good for the dogs. I think it's a healthy thing, and it'll get people to use them instead of having dogs at large in the community. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, Clark. Neil, we'll bring this up during council comments, but I'm sorry,
I do have a
Councilmember
question.
McCoy
Are you
should go
thinking that
forward.
maybe this is something that we should add to our, to some of the, to the other issue that is up for the public to decide on this fall? Is that something that you're thinking, or you're thinking in putting it in, having the council add it as an ordinance? Which one which direction were you interested?
I'm not familiar with the other action.
Well, the
going
other
on.
is have the people make decide on it, vote on it, and there is that option, or there's the option of having council bring it on as an ordinance, and so.
I originally thought of three opportunities of doing this. It could actually be almost an interpretation by the county attorney, because it doesn't necessarily say city designated, it just says designated, but the opinion is a city designated. So the next avenue that's easiest and probably best maintained and managed is to look at the original ordinance and change some wording in it so that the public can designate that. The third one, going to a vote, I would leave to your discretion, but I'm not sure that's
I'm just
worth the
trying. I'm
trouble.
just trying to see where you are with this. Okay.
I think what I'd like to do, if I could recommend it, is to look at it as a change in the ordinance, amending the ordinance, and take it at that level.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Clark. Kay Fissinger.
My name is Kay Fissinger, and I reside at 2199 Creekside Drive in Longmont. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I am very proud of this Longmont City Council. In the past 9 months, you have accomplished a great deal. You have acted affirmatively to protect Longmont's eastern boundary. While I have not been a resident of Longmont for very many years, I've made it my duty to research and review not only current public policy documents, but historical public policy documents. Longmont has a decided paper trail dating back to the late 80s, documenting its desire to remain free of urban sprawl and to remain a freestanding community. Years later, this was codified through Longmont's membership in the Denver Regional Council of Governments. You have acted affirmatively to guarantee that Longmont will continue to have water supplies and facilities in the future. And you have guaranteed that the expansion of Union Reservoir will not only have the capability of optimal water storage, but you have firm plans to do this by the most cost-effective means. In addition, you have acted affirmatively to assure that this expansion preserves and enhances the shoreline and offers protection for wildlife and wetlands. You have acted affirmatively to task staff to leverage and maximize available financial resources in water funds, open space funds, home and CDBG funds, just to name a few. And you have affirmed the need for continued Longmont affordable housing program. You have acted affirmatively both individually and in partnership with Boulder County to advance energy conservation, built green construction, and renewable energy. You have acted affirmatively to enhance the quality of life for our community, and particularly our youth, by providing continued operation of the ice rink. You have acted affirmatively by reaching out to communicate with the citizens of Longmont through numerous venues, including casual coffee talks and more formal focus groups on issues of budget and economic development. You have acted affirmatively to assure balance on Longmont's boards and commissions and to frame public-private partnerships in the truest sense of the expression. You have acted affirmatively to provide an opportunity for Longmont's public safety employees to address their employer not only individually, but collectively. You have acted affirmatively to provide the public policy oversight and direction that is the designated duty and responsibility of the council. You have acted affirmatively to represent the community as a whole so that all of our citizens have the opportunity to benefit. You have acted affirmatively to bring genuine progress to Longmont. Your work is far from complete, but I have every confidence that you will continue to add to your list of accomplishments. I thank you, and I'm confident that the Longmont community thanks you as well.
Thanks, Kay. That was very nice. Next person up is Pam Gibson, but Pam, I talked to you. Did you want to speak now or? Okay. When it's Economic Vitality Task Force comes up. Okay, then Dan Benavides.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, my name is Dan Benavides. I live at 804 Grand Avenue, and with me tonight is Dave Crump.
I'm Dave Tronk, and I live at 10734 Airport Road, Longmont.
And we'd like to first hand this out to all of you. It's an invitation. And
Thank you.
what this is about is a term in Spanish language called si se puede. And a year or so ago, it was our thought that we honor 4.0s, we honor the graduate students, and great is that. And honor roll students, and wonderful that is. But we need to take the time out to take those who hadn't had it easy, who had it the hard way, who had been abused, and still came back and did it. And so we had a celebration, the Si Se Puede, for all those young people, all the backgrounds, makes no difference their color, where do they come from, who had been written off, literally, and says, they're no good. And we celebrated them because they're making it. And so it was in the backyard. We had a little barbecue, nothing fancy, but it stuck. And this year, we're having another celebration, this time at your beautiful place, and I'll let you speak to that. But again, the idea is young people who have literally been written off. One of them was in the criminal justice system, went through the restorative justice process, graduated, went back and got his high school diploma. One was a young lady who was sexually abused till she was a junior in high school. She came back doing it, graduated, going on to college. They had been written off. They might have even written themselves off, but we don't write them off. And you know what? They may stumble and fall, but you know what? We're going to go pick them up again. And we're going to help them. And will we lose some? Yeah, maybe. Hopefully not. But it's growing, this movement. Now it's going to go all over northern Colorado. So we invite you to attend our celebration. And I'll let you speak now.
Sorry, I'm with Firehouse Ministries, and we were started mostly to try to target 18 to 25-year-olds. We do have some high school kids as well, but kids that are falling through the cracks. And some of them are kids next door that look like everything's great, but when it comes down to it, they just don't know how to live life. They've never been taught how to make decisions. One of the nominees this year is a kid that right up to the end of his senior year, everybody thought he was doing okay. And then it came down to his teacher started reporting that he's not going to pass. And then all of a sudden a drug addiction came to light. And this kid now, he fought to graduate, and he ended up graduating. And now he's going on 3 months sober. Drug tests every week. And the kid's fighting for his life back. And that's the kind of kids we want to grab, because all the other, along the line, they're honored and celebrated for their successes. But sometimes for these kids, they don't have that little tidbit. And so Firehouse, when I was introduced to Dan, we jumped right in behind this, because this is what we're about, is grabbing the kids that are falling through the cracks. The ones that everybody thinks is, yeah, well, they're okay. You know, they kind of miss the radar altogether. So we'd really be, well, we're so excited to be hosting it, and we'd love to have you guys come out and help us spread this amongst the young people.
Okay, would you like to tell us when and where?
It's on the invitation,
Right, but-
September 27th,
27.
2:30 at Airport Road, 10734 Airport Road.
It's a golden,
Great, thank you.
Stuart Golden's home place.
Yeah, it's
yours
the
now.
old Golden
The
House
Old Golden House.
on
yeah.
Airport Road, so.
And one other thing, by the way, Si Se Puede is not, we're not into a political campaign. He said, yes, we can. Si Se Puede comes from way back in the 1960s. So I just want to think, you know, we're not blessing anything in particular except Si Se Puede, our kids can.
Okay, thank you.
We thank you very
Sounds
much.
like a good idea.
Thank you.
Next person is Dwayne Lease.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Lease. I live at 2686 Pearl Howlett Road, and Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council. I would like to thank you all for looking into and being very aware and conscientious about the Twin Peaks Mall and the redevelopment of that space, and bringing yourselves to it and making yourselves available to that issue and bringing it forward. But I also want to thank you for being aware and conscientious about the purse strings for the public purse, because after all, your decisions are going to are going to spend a lot of public capital, and if it doesn't work, I mean, that's I want to see things happen, and I want to see things work, and if they don't work, then I'm not I'm not there. And I want to thank you guys for being thoughtful about it. And I also want to just say as a side thing, we have other developers in town. Cotton Burden was here just a second ago and probably will be back. And now I look at Cotton Burden as he's part of Longmont. He is really part of Longmont. And he's going to be here for a very long time. Whether Panettone's going to be here for a very long time, I don't know. But I just wanted to thank you very much for being thoughtful and being aware of the public purse. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dwayne. That's all I've got on my list right now. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak? No? Okay. Then with that, I will close public invited to be heard. And we can go on to the first item on our agenda, which is an update of the Longmont Area Economic Council activities. And I assume that John Cody is going to be giving that address.
That's correct.
So John, if you want to talk to us.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, good evening. It's good to see all you guys. Thanks for taking just a few minutes out of your agenda to receive this update from the Economic Council. It's not that special and there's nothing urgent about it. I just wanted to have a chance to chat with you and share a little information with you. Most importantly, answer any questions that you might have. I have a brief presentation that I want to make. It's just going to cover kind of a high-level economic update of what's going on, both things we're involved in and things at a larger scale, and I don't know exactly. There we go. Great. I wanted to start by kind of giving you kind of a big picture overview, and I know you probably read some of this information, so I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but just kind of a, where are we generally? Generally speaking, this area in Boulder County, and some of these statistics are Boulder County statistics because they're not available at the city level, we're doing pretty well, but that's a relative term, like a lot of things are. Our unemployment rate for Boulder County is below all the other regions, Metro Denver, the state, and the national economy. Our job growth is not dramatically different, but it's a little bit better than the metro area, and it's a little bit less than the state, and that primarily has to do with the energy-related activity that's going on the western slope. So I wanted to make an observation, which is that business-to-business markets are doing well while consumer markets continue to decline. Why is that? The two things we can primarily identify is that the export markets that a lot of primary employers have are doing well with a weaker dollar, and there have been some significant productivity gains within industry. That has kept it pretty competitive. Then shifting for a minute to some statistics that we keep at the Economic Council. As you can see, our vacancy rate is better than it's been since 2001. Continues to decline. It's still higher than we would like it to be. We have a pretty much homogeneous market, which means we have primarily single floor, what we call flex space, office showroom space. And because it dominates the market, and to some degree because of the age of the product, we're a little higher than we see in the metro area on this statistic. But our prospect activity remains very good at this point. We're halfway through the third quarter, and we already surpassed where we were last year at the end of the third quarter in terms of the number of prospects we see. We've had a particularly active summer. Summer tends to be a little bit more of a slow period for us. It wasn't this year. We had a lot of activity. And we're relating it back to why primary employers seem to be doing pretty well. So the bottom line is through the second quarter, which is the most recent quarter we have information, we're up 282 jobs. However, the layoffs from Butterball have not occurred yet, and they will this month. But we are continuing to see announcements, companies moving in. You may have read Intel just recently announced that they're putting a small operation here. So we continue to do what we can to keep the local economy as strong as possible. Some recent initiatives, real quickly, I wanted to tell you about is one of our goals this year was to create a new web page, which we did. And it's got lots of information. I encourage you to go look at it. But one of the things that's really cool about it is for one of the strengths we've had for a long time is our own real estate database. So if any company is looking for space in Longmont, we keep everything that's on the market, land and buildings. Now, some of our competitors, colleagues, have gone to a situation where they put real estate information on their web page, but they use a third party like Xceligent or CoStar. We were not satisfied with the level of accuracy that those companies had in terms of real estate data, and our goal was to create a web page where we could use our own data and maintain it ourselves. And we've been able to accomplish that goal. So from starting August 1st, if somebody's looking, I might put one other finer edge. We resisted this move as long as we could. We didn't want to have companies looking anonymously at properties. If they wanted a property search, we wanted them to call us. And that meant we could call them back if we wanted to, just to follow up. But inevitably, the process in economic development has become they don't want to be exposed. They want to look on their own. And we reached a point where we had to provide this information to them. And now they have it. And hopefully it will move us ahead or move us up the line a little quicker. And if they find something they're interested in, they'll call us. I've had a couple of California prospecting trips this year. Went out to San Diego and Silicon Valley, met with some companies, some of which you would know the names to. They're never the kind of trips where you go out there and they say, hey, by the way, we want to move out there tomorrow. It just doesn't happen that way. We try to create a dialogue, a conversation, and find out what their needs are. And we actually did this year get a prospect request from one of the visits. So I found them to be very beneficial in terms of getting the word out to some markets that have potential for our area. The labor migration study, which you probably all saw and read about, we still lead. There are more people who live and work in Longmont than any other place in Boulder or Broomfield County by a significant margin. We always take a lot of pride in that fact. We still get our partner cities to participate even though their numbers don't come out that great, so we're glad for that as well. And we did our existing industry update, which I would characterize as cautious, but still growing. We get a 65% response rate year after year, and it's all because we have volunteers who are willing to go out and talk with companies and say, what's happening in your company, what's happening in your industry, what's your outlook on the future. All of this stuff is available on our website as well. And that's the end of my comments for tonight, but I would be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions or comments? Councilmember Levinson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was just curious, what kind of measurements do you use for the productivity? Because I know we had that nationally known expert, Ned Hill, come and he said you don't use just counting jobs and heads at desks, but you look at certain indicators of productivity. What kind of productivity indicators do you look at?
To be fair, Councilmember Levison, I don't do productivity analysis. I look to other sources, and the most recent source that I read actually yesterday was from Business Week, in which they were talking about why are companies continuing to do well when the rest of the economy is sagging. And they made specific reference to the fact that productivity gains have been realized in the 8 months of this year. And there's a particular formula, a standard formula they use for determining what productivity enhancements are.
But we don't do that on the company-by-company basis.
I wouldn't have access to that information.
Okay, and then the other question is that he also indicated that one of the other measurements is, I guess, indicative of productivity, is to, if a company doesn't add jobs, but they have new products coming out, that's an indicator of productivity. And then lastly, salary growth within a company. So do you track salary growth at all as part of your measurements?
Let me back up a little bit and answer the first part of your question first. We do take a look at, I'm sorry, I lost it. What did you ask me?
Productivity and salary growth. I mean, whether or not you
Salary-
can gauge whether or not salaries are growing because
You were asking me about new products. I'm
new
sorry.
products
I
and salaries increasing.
So what we do as part of our existing industry update, one of the things that we consider to be very important is we take a look at how many new products, or first, what's the life cycle of their primary product, whether it's maturing or growing. We also asked how many new products or what percentage of their effort has gone towards new product launch, and how much do they anticipate. And we have compared this data to data that's made available through the software tool that we use nationally, and we are substantially above the national level in terms of new product launch and anticipated new product launch. And that's due primarily to the fact that we have such a high concentration of advanced technology companies that do a lot of R&D. In terms of salaries, we do take a look at salaries. However, we look at it on an aggregate basis because it's information that's protected by the Department of Labor, and we can't say for a specific company they paid this and they paid that. But we do generally look at what's happening, the trends that are related to salary wage growth.
Because that would be particularly interesting to match up against any kind of retail marketing profiles that, potential commercial retail people look at Longmont to see their salary growth every year because of these high-tech industries. So
It is dramatic. The last one, we're in the process of doing one now, but the last one we did 2 years ago, the average primary wage in Longmont was $80,000. And that's dramatically above the average wage for the county and probably a multiple of 4x times what you see in some of the retail and service sector jobs.
So do you have that contained in some sort of report that you give us? Because I haven't seen it really reported that way recently.
I'm trying to think if we have specifically, and I'm not sure, but I will see that you get it.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you for coming there tonight. I appreciate
having
it. Tell me a little bit about this Intel bringing operations here, so
Sure.
that the folks out there in TV land kind of pick up a little bit about what's
Sure.
going on there. What part of that did you play in bringing them to Longmont?
It started for us in about February. We got a call from an employee at an existing company, which I won't say who they are, but there was a company that had downsizing in the same industry about at the end of the year. In February, I got a call from one of those employees, and he said, "Hey, you need to know that I've heard that Intel is looking around." So we made several attempts to contact them with some difficulty. But then in May, when I was out at the CoreNet, which is Corporate Real Estate Executives Conference nationally, I ran into this guy's boss, who was the head over this division. And I said, "Hey, tell me about what's going on in Longmont." And he said, "We're very close to doing the deal. You'll probably hear about it soon." It took a little longer, sometimes because dot and I's do. But we also worked with the landlord. In this case, it's the Magi Group, who runs Creekside Business Park, making sure that their negotiations were going well with Intel so the deal could get done.
Okay.
That's how we were involved.
And then you mentioned something about some volunteers that you have out
Yes.
there. That now, what do those volunteers do? They're not paid
No.
They're and they. What are they doing?
They actually do the survey. So we have about 190 primary employers. Some of those say, "We don't want to be called every year. We don't want to be bothered every year." So we set those aside. Of the ones that are remaining, we have a group of about 25 volunteers, and we divide up all of the primary employers in Longmont and say, your responsibility is to go and talk to these people. And sometimes they have to put in a significant effort and make multiple contacts to do it. But we usually get a 65% response rate because of the way we do it. And actually, we've been recognized nationally because most of the economic development groups around the country don't do volunteers. We're the only one in the state, and we have a greater survey response than, we survey more companies and we get a better response than anybody else in the state.
Okay. And then, do you have anybody else out there marketing and bringing in businesses for you on behalf of the organization besides yourself?
Not for us directly, but we do work in cooperation with our regional partner, which is the Metro Denver Economic Development Corporation and the State Office of Economic Development and International Trade. And there's a system set up by where any prospect who comes to either the state or the Metro Denver level, whatever they're looking for gets passed out to all of us, and we all get to respond. The prospect has a single point of contact, whether it's the state or the Metro Denver EDC, and then they pick and choose what they like. So when we have a prospect that we respond to and they see what we've provided and they like it, it comes back down to us that way. And we've had several occasions where they have brought prospects in to tour particular sites or buildings.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? Okay. And thank you very much,
Thank you.
John. And I know you're going to be up here in just a minute for the Economic Vitality Task Force. In fact, that is the next item. It looks like Doug Benny. Doug, do you want to talk a little bit and make a general overview presentation? And then what I would like to be able to do, and in fact, maybe I should ask you, would you like to have the members of the task force come up now, or do you want to say a few things, or? Okay, then I see quite a few members of our Economic Vitality Task Force. If you could please come forward and sit up around here, and hopefully if we need any more chairs. Thanks, Rigo, I see your. If you could come a little bit closer, Richard and Tom and Baldy and John, if you could sit up here in this half circle, because we'd like to ask questions and have a conversation with you. And then, yeah, Rigo, you might want to move that tray table over there.
I think they want you guys up here.
Okay. Yes, please, come forward, closer, closer. Don't be afraid. Okay, is everybody situated? Looks that way. Okay,
Ready?
Mr. Benny, if you'd like to
Is this on?
give
Yeah.
an overview.
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, council members. Doug Benny, Economic Development Manager. Tonight, you have before you the recommendations from the Economic Vitality Advisory Group. And just to set a little background for you, this group was put together at the request of council back in February to expand upon work that the Economic Vitality Task Force did. Specifically, the task force that previously met in 2006 and 2007. They developed 7 broad focus areas for consideration. Council at that time requested that they narrow that focus down a little bit, and the result of that was 4 distinct directions. Those directions are important because they're part of this paper. They are downtown, branding, the city's role in economic development, and retail. And I will add that those 4 were ranked, and so that is the order of preference as they came out. So getting back to February of this year at the City Council retreat, it was requested that we put together a second task force or an advisory group. This group met from May through July, approximately 6 or 7 times, to come up with specific recommendations that may go into a economic development strategic plan and to further identify items for 2009 consideration for funding. So I'll talk a little bit about the process of this group. The group was put together as approximately 22 to 24 active people. We had a total of 26, but some individuals had to drop out. We decided to break the group up into committees, 4 committees, and each committee took on one of these 4 directions. So the idea is that these committees were going to come up with an individual set of recommendations for the particular direction they were assigned. Those ideas were then given to me. I refined some of those ideas, and then I further shared those with our city directors and the city manager for comments. So the final product that you have incorporates all of that into one. So, moving on to the very first direction we're going to talk about is downtown. The goal, as stated by the group, was to build upon the inherent qualities of downtown to include a prosperous commercial center with a notable residential and entertainment developments. I will say this, the overall idea behind a lot of this is to make downtown more pedestrian friendly, and that's both in terms for commercial activity and residential. Downtown, just pulling out 4 of the major areas of concentration that were talked about, were infrastructure improvements, arts and entertainment, creating an arts and entertainment district, doing a new master plan, one that updates the one that was done in the mid-90s, and to refine and/or create some incentives, particularly geared towards downtown development. So looking at the downtown infrastructure improvements, I don't think these come as any surprise, but the first one is parking. The second one is actually a staff error. They did not particularly recommend a one-way pair of traffic, and I apologize for that. It should be to improve traffic flow on Main Street, and whatever the best way to do that is currently being studied. The third is widening sidewalks, and the fourth is alleyway connectivity or alleyway improvements. I'd also like to mention that all of these items under infrastructure improvement are currently being considered in 3 separate CIPs. Those are CIP T95, DR8, and DR23. They cover each one of these, and if not more. The next item under downtown is to create an arts and entertainment focus or district. Within that, there was encouraged the DDA to work with the cultural arts facility, and currently that is being geared towards Twin Peaks Academy. That is located on 9th and Main. That's one of several sites, but that seems to be one of the key sites at this moment. Another was to create a downtown summer concert series, which is drastically different than anything we currently have. This would be more patterned after what Louisville does with name brand acts, and it costs considerably more than a few $1,000s. The third idea is to create some artistic banners for display along Main Street and throughout the district. These banners would be created under the idea by local artists and displayed seasonally. And the fourth item is to work with the city's Art in Public Places program to put some public art at the district boundaries of the Downtown Development Authority. Third item under downtown is to update or create a new master plan. Some of the key ideas in here are to focus on mixed-use development, as in the mixed-use parking structure that was currently being studied, to expand or look at expanding the LDDA boundaries, to work with transit-oriented development that is also currently underway, and to focus again on creating arts and culture. This downtown item is incentives. There was an idea put forward to work with what is called a Restaurant Row Loan Program. This is patterned after Winston-Salem, North Carolina, which put together a program to encourage a concentration of restaurants. In their case, it was 10 in a very short or tight geographical area. It's the leveraged loan program where the city would seed the fund with some, and it's matched by banks, and the city has a smaller portion, obviously, than the banks. The next is what's going to be coming up very soon is a TIF facade improvement program. This would allow the DDA to actually own the facade the same way Fort Collins does. It allows the DDA to significantly invest in redevelopment projects. And the last two are expansion of programs we currently have in place, but they may include retail or be specifically geared towards downtown. I think last week you heard about the development fee rebates, and that was all along Main Street and in a couple other areas of downtown. The same principle would apply to the sales and use tax rebates, but more specifically geared towards the DDA boundaries. Apologize for that being so small, but the next direction, and the second in priority, is branding. The goal of this branding initiative is to develop a consistent and authentic marketing campaign that promotes Longmont as an ideal place for commerce and as a destination location. I would say another benefit is it also builds awareness both internally among city departments and public agencies, and externally. It builds upon the reputation of Longmont, and it can overcome some misperceptions about the city. It truly is a marketing campaign, an awareness building campaign. Part of the process of doing a branding campaign would be through research, implementation, and training of staff. It should take about 6 to 8 months if done through a consultant, which is recommended here. 5 of the key components of any branding campaign would be research, development, brand testing, planning, launch, and upkeep and implementation. I should note it's also been suggested that the city takes ownership of this program and includes staff to implement and maintain the brand. Third direction is to expand the city's role in economic development. The goal here is to establish programs and services through the city of Longmont that support business growth and productivity. And just bringing up some of the key points that were brought out from this group, and you'll probably hear some more as a lot of the members are here. The first one is to create an economic development department. This would be autonomous. It would be probably still under administration, but it would also give some authority and some clout to the economic development efforts. Second would be to create and develop a strategic plan for economic development. This would identify policies and set forth a framework for moving forward with economic development initiatives. The third would be to establish an advisory committee, not this group that just met, but something such as the Economic Alliance. The third would be to support and expand business assistance programs. So looking at these individually, creating an economic development department would unify economic development efforts through collaboration among local agencies and city government. It would help, as I mentioned before, establish policies, economic development policies. Some of the key components that were suggested in here would be to include redevelopment or commercial redevelopment efforts, to expand communication efforts, both staff communicating to council and staff communicating to the public about economic development efforts. Third would be to coordinate incentives, have them centrally located and reviewed on a regular basis. The third would be to strengthen workforce development policies. Currently, we do work through LAEC with workforce development for primary employers, but we don't work on non-primary employers within the city for workforce development issues. Next item, under expanding the city's role in economic development, would be to create or develop a strategic plan. This would establish a vision and path for meeting Longmont's fiscal responsibilities. That's maybe too simply stated, but but some of the things that would go underneath that or in such a plan would be a SWOT analysis, which has already been completed by the first task force, an economic assessment. You could have a cluster analysis, could review economic development organizations and how they fit into the overall mission. You could study retail patterns and comparisons, and we're going to come to that in a second, how this fits in. And then you can also do case studies of comparable cities to see how Longmont stacks up. As mentioned earlier, another point would be to establish an advisory committee. It's been suggested to reinvigorate the Economic Alliance, which is a group of 11 local economic development related agencies, and have them be somewhat of an advisory committee or an economic development oversight body without oversight stipulations. Another thing that was mentioned for the Economic Alliance would be possibly extend the membership to include retailers and or include a Longmont Area Association of Realtors. Both of those groups are not currently represented in the Alliance. Suggestions made for business assistance programs and supporting and/or expanding them would include to support the LEGI program, the Longmont Economic Gardening Initiative, which is a small business assistance program. Another suggestion would be to develop a business startup grant. Suggested that these grants, say $2,000 each, would be reimbursements for operating capital to businesses that meet specified guidelines, be it geographic location. There's some other stipulations in this idea, such as they must go through a training course, they must provide receipts for what they're purchasing, so it truly is a reimbursement program. It's also possible to mention that that could be funded with CDBG monies if it meets CDBG regulations. Another idea was to establish a revolving loan fund. This idea could be done a number of ways. I think one of the interesting aspects of this is this could be administered through a third-party agency or bank, and they can also have the ability to add to that fund. So if the city seeds that fund for, say, $50,000, these third-party agencies could add SBA money, they could add bank money, and so all of a sudden you have a larger loan pool. It's also my understanding that that could be branded a local Longmont loan program. So there's a lot of advantages to looking into that. The fourth direction is retail. The goal of this direction was to establish Longmont as a retail center that provides a variety of shopping venues for attracting local and regional consumers. Some of the key points here would be to really clearly identify what our retail policies are going to be. That would include what our policy is going to be towards incentives for retail, and which type of incentives. Are they going to be to targeted types of retail, which, say, cover retail leakage? Create a one-stop shop effort for retail development. We do have a one-stop shop center for development, but this one would especially, would be focused on retail. This would help retailers get through, just coordinate all the permitting, business licensing, and that type of information in one spot. Third would be to implement a business retention program. And as you heard John discuss the way they operate, this would be very similar, but it would be for non-primary employers, retail and service industries. It can be done with volunteers. It can be done with staff. It can be done among the Economic Alliance. There's many ways to implement that. It's also suggested that there's a product called eSynchronist that could be used that actually has a retail component. So, I mean, that's in your budgetary items. And then the final thing, two things, would be to support shop local campaigns. There's currently one that I know of that's active. The idea, I think, here is to have one that would be for the entire city as a shop local, with the Think Local program included as a subset of that. And then the final thing under retail that I did not list here, but I think is important to note, is that probably under the creating a one-stop shop would also be to create an informational database or depository for prospective retailers. That would include, like John does for primary employers, available properties, available land, demographic numbers, retail analysis. That would include possibly updating the retail opportunity study. So there's a number of informational items that would come under that. And that's breaking down a 13-page report fairly quickly, so be glad to answer any questions, and
Okay.
I think you should take advantage of these hardworking individuals that are up here.
Yes, one of the things that I neglected to do right off the bat here is to have everybody introduce themselves and, you know, talk a little bit about what organizations they represent or why they're here. So, do you want to start? Sharon, let's start over at your side here.
My name is Sharon King. Can you?
Whoops. Yeah, you have to turn it on. There.
And I don't know how to operate a microphone. My name is Sharon King. I'm director of the Small Business Development Center. We have a satellite office at the Longmont Chamber, and we work with all types of small businesses, including primary employers, retail, food and beverage, whoever looks like they need some help and asks. We also work on the LEGI program.
Oh, I'm sorry, no. Okay,
I'm Richard Juday. I'm president of my homeowners association, which may be my only formal reason for being here. But I have a general interest in the welfare of the community. I have moved here, retired here, and plan to make this the last place that I live before I go out toes up. So, and I will have some more to say.
I
with
believe you
respect
were
to this
also the
report.
author of the phrase "squeeze the chicken."
Squeeze the chicken, yes.
Yes. That was during the first conversation of economic development. Advice as to what our city should be doing. Baldy?
I'm Baldwin Ranson. My wife and I have run a bed and breakfast in town for 16 years.
Thank you. Pam?
I was told to use this microphone.
Okay,
I'm
works.
Pam Gibson. I'm president and founder of Magellan Research Center. We do maintain statistics that are up to date and current on not only Longmont, but actually every other city in the United States. And I do have some of the figures Sarah was asking for, by the way. But my purpose in being here was that I was on the first panel, Economic Task Force, and I was asked to continue on with this panel.
I'm Cotton Burden and have a substantial stake in downtown. My companies currently own 4 operating office buildings in the core of downtown. We also have a major assemblage of property between Kaufman and Main Street north of Longs Peak, encompassing a full half block, which we are starting to plan in terms of a mixed-use project. We have a tremendous stake downtown, and I was on the portion of the Economic Vitality Advisory Group, which dealt with the vision for downtown. We certainly have a vision. We think the city needs one and has one, and we'd just like to see it continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Cotton.
I'm Tom McCoy, and I'm a member of the board of directors of the Art and Public Places, which has a definite stake in downtown and throughout the community. I'm also vice president of the Friends of the Longmont Senior Center, which certainly has a major stake in what's happening in our community. I'm on the board of directors of the EcoCycle Boulder County, which covers more than just the city of Longmont, but Longmont's very involved in the EcoCycle, and I think that's very important. And I'm vice president of the board of directors of the Old Firehouse Art Center. And so I think with those, I try and stay involved with what's happening in downtown and throughout the community.
John Cody with the Economic Council.
Oh, you said enough there, John. I'm Frank Heating. I serve on the board of the Clover Basin Fire District. I also served for a year on community relations. I am presently also serving on the Senior Center Advisory Committee for the 4th year. I won't mention any female organizations I'm involved with, although one of them happens to be the League of Women Voters, which men are sometimes asked to join with their wives. And since my wife is a member and requires my side-by-side advice, I go with it. One of the things that I found very interesting in being with this group is that I was able to share some of my background and my skills with what was being discussed, and that in today's economic world, you know, we're not the only ones in trouble, but I think Longmont is the place where we can make things happen, but we have to do it together.
Okay, and I think some of you have been very modest. Frank, if I recall, are you not a retired economist? And Richard, a retired aerospace engineer and a retired city council member here for many, many years. And also, Mary, you just joined us. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Mary Murphy Bessler with the LDDA.
Okay. What I would like to do now is just open it up for comments, not only from city council members, but also from our hardworking group. And I first also have to thank you very much for all the time that you put in. You got up early, a number of days, to work on this project. And it actually went on pretty much for 2 years, if you count the first part, and then we called you back and you did the second part. And I sincerely want to thank you for all the hard work that you put in, and appreciate your wisdom and your talent and your skills and lending them to the city of Longmont. So then with that, again, whoever would like to start the conversation, if city council's got some questions or comments. And also, I'd like to ask the Economic Vitality Task Force to chime in. Please, you know, this is not ultra formal. We want a conversation. So, Pam?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd just like to suggest that since there are 4 separate areas and we do represent different committees, that folks who would like to speak perhaps do that as their committee group rather than dancing back and forth. So we might just go through Doug's order if there are folks here that would like to speak in that order.
Okay. Councilmember Blue.
Doug, where'd he go? I have a process question before we begin with the specific, and I also would like to thank all of you for the time you've spent, both in this and in the previous group. Was there buy-in on this report from this group before you brought it to us?
There should be, absolutely, because each group turned in a written assessment, what their findings were. They turned it in to me.
So there wasn't anything like a minority report or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, I have a question later then.
Hey, okay, so council members want to hold on for just a moment, and shall we then start with vision for downtown? Who wants to take the lead on that? Talk a little bit about that. Cotton, maybe you're a good candidate here, simply because, you know, the project that you just briefly discussed is fascinating. And so if you might even add a little bit about what you're planning on doing down there, that I think would shed some light and pique some interest here in the city. And then also talk about the vision and the plan that you've recommended.
Okay, be happy to. I was just looking behind me to make sure there's nobody here from Times Call. There probably is.
There is. Rachel's back there. So, and don't forget you are on TV. So there
yeah,
really
exactly.
are
The whole
no
community
secrets
sees me
here.
now.
Yeah.
First of all, let me speak to the vision that we considered for downtown. And I think there are really some very easy things that council can do to help create the vision that we had. You know, what we want is more vitality. We want people on the streets. As a result of our project that we're working on right now, we've been doing actually some research on the history of downtown. We actually came up with a picture today that we got from Boulder County of the old Safeway store. Who knew that there was a Safeway store on the corner of Longs Peak and Main, which is now the Auto Pros building. It was originally a Safeway store. I believe it was first erected back in 1939. What was curious to us on this picture, not curious, but actually supportive of our vision, is a car on the street parked diagonally. That is one of the principal thrusts of our vision, is to get more parking downtown. Now, Council has been addressing a parking issue in a mixed-use project, which includes a major parking garage. And you know what? The easiest way to bring probably 60% more parking downtown is to turn it on an angle. That would require making Main Street a 2-lane street. I know there were some discussions with CDOT. I'm not sure who in the city was involved. About doing that on a one-way basis. That is 2 lanes going in one direction on Main Street and possibly 2 lanes going in one direction on Kaufman. We actually had, some of us on in our group had a meeting with a traffic engineer from Boulder. And I think some of us had already come to the conclusion that we don't think that that's a great idea. You know, all we're going to do is have Main Street become a flyby. With 2 lanes going in one direction. What we'd like to do is see it slow down, see the traffic actually stop, to shop, to eat, to just be pedestrians. So we believe that the city really should strive to seek to get an agreement with CDOT to not change, but maybe just turn back Main Street a few decades to what it used to be when it was vibrant. And there's all sorts of pictures around this city of what Main Street looked like in diagonal parking. This is just one of them.
Okay, if I could,
Yeah.
we've got a question from Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor
Thank you.
Pro Tem. I guess one of the things I'm curious about in the retail area is the facade program and how we would implement something like that. If we implement a facade program, do all the retail stores have to buy into that? I mean, so that we don't have some discontinuity in the facade program, and how do we, and would that, if we do some kind of TIF or something like that, would that be just on the sales tax from those retailers, or from the property tax, et cetera?
I'd like to throw the football over to Mary Murphy Bessler, because she's the one who's really the expert on this.
You will be hearing more about this next week in great detail, but basically it's not on sales tax, it's on property tax. And also, it's not a requirement, obviously, to do this. It'll probably, in order for any property to even receive these types of funding, they'll have to meet quite a level of criteria, from probably historic, if it's a historic building, to major renovations, that it's in a critical location where maybe there's more blight in that block, or there needs to be some type of more incentive to get that block going. We have some blocks downtown that you can see like 3/4 of the buildings are already renovated. And there's other blocks that desperately need it. So there will be a whole level of criteria that you would need to meet and to even be considered as a prospect for receiving these type of funds that would have an overall benefit for the entire downtown by receiving these funds.
Okay, so not everybody has to opt into that, obviously.
Correct.
But I guess one of my concerns there would be is if there was some kind of discontinuity, if there's a lot of buildings where someone wanted to put new facades on, then all of a sudden there's, you know, it just, I'm not saying they should all match. In fact, I like the variety personally, but, you know, I think some of the retailers might be concerned if some of their neighbors aren't as concerned about the appearance of their place too. I don't know if that would be an issue or not.
And there will be, again, I mean, the visual, they'll have to have architect designs, actual blueprints of what the building in its entirety is going to look. And you also develop a relationship with the county assessor, and they even evaluate the property as well, because we want to be able to see our return on the dollar, and that would actually increase the property value of that building, so it returns the money back to the good of the whole of the DDA in the downtown district.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Blue.
Thank you. I would like the rest of my colleagues to know, and those out in the audience, that Mr. Burden is the landlord of the new home of Lava. And we'd like to thank you very much, because that was not an easy process, but you were very agreeable to work with, I'm told, and looking forward to our first meeting there tomorrow.
Councilmember Levinson.
Yes, I guess I have just a cluster of questions. First of all, when the downtown subgroup was working on downtown, what definition for downtown were you using? What was the geographic definition?
You want to? Well, use the microphone. You can turn that on.
We were really concentrating on the area 1st to 9th, which is also an area that I believe Mary is promoting for the expansion of the LDDA. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but my company's actually put in a petition which was actually approved by the DDA for the expansion of the DDA to our property. It can be done on a property-by-property basis. I know that Mary would like it to go even farther, but that's going to require buy-in from other property owners as well.
So I guess maybe what I'm asking is because of one of the recommendations was the study that's currently under contract with SEH consulting firm for doing some traffic engineering and roadway design work that really revolved around Martin Street and Boston Avenue, it says in our packet, that maybe that means that the city has a different view of what the definition of downtown is, because that's much further south than First Avenue. And that's part of the recommendations here. So, I mean, are we gonna try to redefine downtown a little bit and try to look at that bigger picture? Because I know there was the Midtown redevelopment study already done. And how do we intermingle all those previous things and also a current contract to do traffic analysis in with this vision?
Is this on?
I can answer that, Councilmember Levinson. That information that's provided there came from Nick Wolfram, and that's part of the CIP. That does cover a larger geographical area, but for the purposes of this, it was basically, as Cotton mentioned, those boundaries, and pretty much the DDA boundaries. So, I mean, that particular engineering study that's undergoing does cover a larger area.
Okay, great.
Doesn't mean we're redefining what downtown is.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that if you're talking about doing a traffic study there, that if we have the advantage to have the consultant do that whole vision and see what the analysis would be from First to Ninth Avenue, it would be great to have all of that included. The other piece that I find missing is that Councilmember Blue and I are working on this issue with the station area plan. And I don't see a lot, even though the flour mill is within LDDA and would be potentially the end-of-line stop, much talked about with transit-oriented design. And also, besides being a commercial center with notable residential and entertainment developments, I would also maybe like to propose to add and transit-oriented development, because that certainly is going to be a major catalyst for downtown. And then what's your vision to link all of these areas, and what would be the vision for the relationship between TOD and that area, station area, and traditional downtown?
Councilmember Levison, if I may address that. We actually had a very vocal member of our group, he happens to be here tonight, Baldy Ranson, with regard to making sure that a TOD development was included in what we passed on to Doug Benny. I think the issue that most of us in the group were faced with was, what can we get done in the near term? And we're so dependent on what RTD is going to do with fast tracks and the city's agreement with RTD that we didn't spend a lot of time on that, quite honestly. We think it needs to be tied into downtown. We see that as a long-term objective. I think Mr. Ranson would see, and I think others would support him, myself as well, that the city needs to be very affirmatively action-oriented with regard to working with RTD and trying to force as much of that issue as possible in terms of it being done. Of course, the flour mill issue, I mean, that's private property, and there's all sorts of things, all sorts of issues involved around that in terms of what kind of partnership the city and the private property owner can put together.
But that would be a major use of TIF within LDDA too, if there was a big project at the flour mill, correct? And then I don't know if you had any idea of how you were going to balance the use of TIF there with probably other catalyst projects you'd be looking at. And I guess that's one of those bigger picture. But I understand, some of these things, there was a very narrow focus, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And that there were only so many size bites you could take during the process.
We wanted to give you all something you could do right away.
Okay.
And Councilmember Levinson, that's not lost. It's actually part of the master plan for downtown. That concept is included in what would be done.
Okay. And then I guess, going back to the master planning, I guess, I don't know whether or not part of the master plan is something you have to do in order to renew your TIF when it comes up for renewal possibly. And when's your TIF sunset again? Is it 2 years?
It just was extended.
It was just extended, okay.
Our TIF was just
Okay.
extended,
So
so we
you
have
didn't need to do
another.
any update to the condition survey or do a new blight study?
We will need to do a new blight study.
Okay, all
We will
right.
need to do a new blight study.
And would be able to use any information from the previous blight studies for the Southeast Urban Renewal Area and Midtown?
It's my understanding, and there's more members that are more privy to the CDBG. I know that part of that process is they're telling us about 6 months, and you need to do a new blight study every 6 months approximately. So it's my understanding that we need to conduct a brand new blight study
Okay.
for the entire DDA area.
And so the participation of that would be with LDDA money or possibly a partnership with the city?
Probably a partnership with the city.
Then we should maybe look at that as a budgetary line item.
Correct, because
Thank
we would like to look into that mid-Maine area. It seems to me that it would make sense to look at that area as well when we're doing it.
Great,
Councilmember
thank you.
Levinson, for the actual study, the study itself, that could be paid out of funds that were already provided to DDA, CDBG funds.
Okay, great.
That's from Kathy Fedler. So.
Okay, great, thank you.
My understanding, we still have not seen the budget yet, so I do not know where the CDBG funds were put, but well, we'll have a further discussion on that.
Did you have one?
Councilmember, Tom McCoy, Mr. McCoy.
Yes, I think one key thing that came out of this whole discussion with this group is that we had such a great number of different ideas, and that the council, when you receive that packet, you're going to probably want to start prioritizing right away and drawing that down. And it isn't just downtown that got our focus on economic vitality, but I think it was a key part of it because if you don't have a downtown, you don't have a heart. And we need that. And I think that most of the people who are speaking to it are speaking from that standpoint, that they want to have a point of focus and brand, and then we move out from there. And certainly it's going to work.
I think that's a good point. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. I would first want to thank all of you for coming in and all the hard work and the hours and the mornings that all of you put into this, and I think the community appreciates that, and I certainly do. I have a question because I'm a strong advocate for the performing arts in this community and the arts in general, and I'm really interested in this because one of the things on page 4, or is it 12, your point 6 there, I'm a little concerned because of a couple of recent situations here with the CCPA's activity here. I'm kind of feeling that I'm getting a mixed message, and I kind of need some clarification from some of you maybe. First off, I understand that the Muse Gallery was closed, and so we have a lot of displaced artists. And if we're really working towards towards an art center, we need to be looking at how do we fill that gap. I mean, we want people to come downtown, but what's happening in our art community is that they're sending the one thing that is their outward expression away. And I know that particular outlet may have not paid its way all the time. I understand that. But that's not really what's important when what we're trying to establish here is getting people downtown. It's just now another blank, vacant building on Main Street that used to hold something kind of special in the community. And now we've heard several different situations. Having served on that board at one point here, we thought one moment we were going to be in one location of Mr. Burton's. Now they've talked about different spots all over, and I just feel like there isn't a real serious guiding force there to give us some help there. So I'm just concerned about that because it's been a year and a half for this thing their feasibility study to come about and everything. So one thing that I would like to see, and I'd like to see some support from some of you about an idea of somehow trying to reestablish that artist community in the downtown area for at least a temporary basis, is maybe something that I like to coin the firehouse extension ladder, and somehow using some building within the community. It'd be nice if it was literally the one next door, but maybe somewhere where we can try to bring those displaced artists back into the downtown area, so that people have a reason to come down here, and that we start establishing some of these concepts about branding that I know that are so important. Because if we're really going to put our money where our mouth is in regards to a art complex, which I think at some point we probably should, regardless of what the feasibility study brings to light, because other communities are doing it regardless. They're not waiting on it. They're actually doing something about it, regardless of whether somehow it comes out that there's an economic base or some sort of situation like that. This would be a strong step, in my opinion, creating a firehouse extension ladder. If the LCA is not interested in participating in that, going to the firehouse, where we give $1 we charge $1 rent a year to the firehouse. I found that out just the other day talking to a family member. And so I think that may be something that we need to try to make a connection there, because obviously they're not interested in that aspect of their Longmont designation as the Community Arts Association. So maybe we need to pass that on to somebody else and get a better connection there. So what is your thoughts on some of that type of thing? Because I am concerned about this. There's not a lot of movement there, and I need to get a better feeling on that.
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, actually, Councilmember McCoy, that idea, or an idea to at least address half of what you were talking about, was presented from the downtown grouping. However, I'll let Mary describe exactly what it was. It involved the purchasing or subsidizing the lease rate of a building. It wasn't seen as a very a viable short-term project, so it was not included in the final results. But Mary can explain this idea for creating an artist colony, but that would probably need to come out of DDA funds if they're going to purchase a building for that use. We researched the idea of doing it, but the city would subsidize lease rates. Didn't have much luck in the time period allotted to really come up with a viable way of doing that. So, go ahead.
There's actually one right in Colorado, that Santa Fe Boulevard has just established about a 4-block area as a redevelopment center area, and the city of Denver's actually purchased a couple of buildings down there, and does charge rent, but it's subsidized, and to encourage artists to come down in there. And it's had such a wonderful influx of artists that they are pretty full all the way through, and restaurants, ironically, are now filling in those areas. And they have all sorts of events and art openings, and they stagger even their art openings so that they have different nightlife every night through the course of the week. So they've been very successful, and Doug and I were going to research that model and see how we can possibly start something in the area downtown.
Okay, Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was on this group. I worked with Baldy, Cotton, Mary, Alex, and Abe. And to the rest of you, I saw you on Thursday mornings, and thank you for your participation, being there at 8 o'clock in the morning and staying for a couple, 7 o'clock? No, it was 8 o'clock. Sorry. How quickly we forget. That's because we had that Thursday 8 o'clock meeting. 7 o'clock, excuse me. Anyway, to address some of the things that were mentioned, we, as this group, looked at what, as Cotton mentioned, what can we do presently, and also without forgetting, going outside of what is generally known as the downtown area, 1st through 9th. And then, but what can we do presently as a city? What can we start initiating? Baldy was very adamant about the RTD station and making and was very vocal about making that the primary center of what this group needed to recommend to council. With that, we know that's a long-term project, and that is reflected in here that we should be in some collaboration with RTD for that station. But what can we do as a city to put feet on the street to make it more pedestrian friendly? Parking is always, for some, has always been an issue. If you know where to park, there's plenty of parking, but putting in angled parking on Main Street seems very reasonable to me. Now, whether or not we can get CDOT to buy into that is something else, because they're going to want to know where are we going to put the rest of the traffic. 287 is a state highway. They don't want traffic flows to be diminished as much as we would like it to be diminished and make it more pedestrian useful. With the Cultural Arts Center, I was looking at my calendar when Councilmember McCoy mentioned it, I believe on August 26th, and I'll look at my calendar again. 27th, thank you. Duncan Webb will be giving his presentation from 10 o'clock to 12, I believe, at the Chamber. He has I guess his final analysis. And I remember that very first meeting, that public meeting that some of us attended and some of us presented at. Duncan Webb was pretty adamant. This is a 5 to 8 year process for this Cultural Arts Center. And we just can't go into it blindly. Kind of like another issue that we have right now. We want something that's going to work, and this is something that the CCPA is making sure that this is something that's going to work in the community, that we just don't throw money at and just put up buildings and have it stay vacant. So thank you all for your participation. As you know, Baldy, if you would like to, I'm sure you have something to say regarding the TOD, and I would recommend that let your voice be heard, because I know you're very passionate about that, and we were all we all got together, listened, and we had our disagreements, but I think we all came to the conclusion that to see what the city could do now. So go ahead, Baldy.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just have one other passion that I'll share with you. None of this will make any difference unless someone in the city is given responsibility to carry the ball and push it. And I think there has to be an economic development department or office or whatever you call it that has some clout, some staff, so it can get things done. That has to be done right away.
Agree with you.
Again, thank you all.
We've got a number of council members that would like to make comments. Just keep in mind, I just want to remind you all, we've got a couple of other points we need to cover here. And 3 others. Yeah, 3 others. But there is no doubt, discussion of historic Maine is probably the most important issue, one of the most important issues facing the city. It's Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I just wanted to follow up on what Sean said. I think one of the most critical things that we have for downtown is what attracts people, what actually brings people into downtown. And I think that's just a very critical issue. I think art is one of the things that brings people downtown. I know it does for me. It's one of the few things that will get me out and walk downtown and even look in some of the various retail locations in downtown. And I think the concept that something has to bring in money that attracts people to downtown is not relevant. Grocery stores have leading losers. They sell things for less than they paid for it, knowing that they're losing money on that product, but as soon as they got you in the store, they're making money, and they know that. And so I think if we look at something, and maybe art's it, and maybe the transportation-oriented development and the whole appearance that we give downtown, I don't know exactly what it is that will attract people, but I think the main thing is to attract people to downtown, even if those certain enterprises don't necessarily make money for the city of Longmont, just as long as we make the downtown area attractive to most people.
Councilmember Levinson.
I guess the one other thing that stood out with the downtown piece is that there was nothing about the untapped resources of how many people live within half a mile, and when they're of Main Street, up and down from First to Ninth. And, you know, when you look at the value of some of the homes, 2 blocks, 3 blocks west of Main Street, it's pretty stunning. And so I would encourage some part of the conversation about downtown to include some demographics that we could give to retailers as to average home prices, average income. We know the type of people that live in those houses, and we know what they do for a living. And John probably has some of that information. If they're obviously a good percentage of them are living in Longmont, then we should be able to have data on that too. So that's something we can also do in the short term. And I don't know if that piece can be linked into the retail opportunities, recommend to update the retail opportunities study, which is later on in our packet. But critically, if you build relationships and strong housing components within that half mile, again, the information that I've been researching on TOD and has been presented to me along with Councilmember Blue is that that's one of those things that will make a successful mixed use and carry it through, is the residential component within walking distance. And that 1/4 to half mile radius is absolutely something that everyone in the industry considers walkable. So I again, please don't forget that hidden, what looks like it's hidden because it's not here at all, market for downtown that's ready-made, doesn't need parking.
Okay, I've just got a couple of questions. Maybe we can wrap up Main Street and then take a quick break and then continue on with the other 3 items. But Doug, this is more for you, if you could take some notes. One of my comments, I think, was, if I recall, Baldy, if you didn't bring it up, who is in charge? You know, when you're doing a strategic plan and you've got some of the specifics here, I would very much like to have, you know, the agency that is responsible for implementation, and you give them a timeline, because otherwise things slip. Things don't get done. I want to hold people accountable to make sure that these things get implemented. Because that's the difference between the first effort that we made for the Economic Vitality Task Force. We put together a plan and then no one was responsible and nothing ever ended up in the budget, nothing was implemented. So I want to make sure we make that correction. Let's see, there's one in here, downtown alley improvements. And you're recommending that the first step be a master plan for $75,000. I would like to suggest that perhaps one of our planners in our planning department take that on, and if it's possible, I don't know if it is or isn't, but rather than go out and do another study, if we can do it in-house, you know, I'd very much like to have that done in-house. Let's see, some of the others. The Restaurant Row Loan Program. I can remember this idea actually came up with Dave Checknova, and I thought it was pretty darn interesting. But again, the way it's phrased, it says study the option of implementing a program. I don't want to go in and do a study. I'd very much like to see a proposal. Okay. Let's see, we've got, and then my last few comments here, we've got the last 2 items with regard to development fee rebates and sales and use tax rebates. There's no fiscal note. So when it says no budget required, you know, we need more than that. We need to know that if we're going to be giving up fees or giving up sales tax, how much money is that? Because that still has a fiscal budgetary consequence on our city budget. And so I would like to see a fiscal note for those things. And with that, do we have any other comments with regard to downtown Main Street revitalization? Because then I'd like to take a quick 10-minute break and we'll come back to this topic. Councilmember Blue.
Mine isn't a question, but it's just an item of information. One of my council duties is to serve with the Art in Public Places, and it was announced to us just 2 days ago that there are young people within the correctional program that have been assigned to spruce up the downtown arches, because that's actually part of Art in Public Places. So even though it's not long-term, they're going to use these kids, and under supervision, of course, so I thought you might be pleased to know that.
Okay, and then Councilmember Levinson.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I please make a suggestion? Our executive summary asks us to give some appropriate direction. Before we take our break, do you think we could tick off whatever items we need to give direction for this section so we can be considered
Absolutely.
it closed then and go on to the next
Absolutely.
one?
If there are particular items that any of our council members would like to say are extremely important and need to be implemented sooner rather than later, please mention them. And
Well, I would like to volunteer to start.
okay, great,
Okay.
go for it.
The project that I think is quite important that I would like to give direction to staff that we move forward on is in our CIP, which is the project number T95, the analysis of US Highway 287 through downtown Longmont. And I think I mentioned this before in my comments, that I would like to make sure that the consulting firm SEH that's currently under contract also has the charge to study not just the Martin Street and Boston Avenue designs, but also do a analysis and some engineering work to include Main Street from First to Ninth with a focus on viability and capacity of traffic on Main Street. And then I'm also would recommend that we direct staff to fund working on project DR-8, the downtown alley improvements, setting aside the issue of whether or not we need a fund and, to fund an additional blight study. I would simply like information back from staff that fine tunes what we need to do to access CDBG money and how many CDBG funds we might want to use on that project. And then lastly, I can't remember where I saw it. I guess this is part of it. To improve the alleyways to include burying power lines. And if they're going to do any upgrading of the sewer and water lines, to include burying the power lines if at all possible, because that would certainly be a lot less expensive to do it all in one shot than it would be later on, especially if you're repaving the alleys. So.
Okay, Councilmember Blue.
Thank you. In addition, but to piggyback on Sarah's comment, before we spend a lot of money on this SEH group, I would like to make the overtures to CDOT first and see where we are with them. And I think our transportation department knows what our status is with them, whether or not they're negotiable at all. And if they say, well, we need to go through some studies on that, then go back to the consultant and authorize them to do that.
I see Dale Rademacher in the back. I think he's head of Public Works, and I bet he has an answer.
Mayor Pro Tem Benker and Councilmember Blue, we have done that. We have had conversations with the CDOT staff, and we believe they would be partnering with us on doing this evaluation, given that it is a state highway. And we think we have a sense of what their issues are, and basically their primary issue is that the movement of traffic along the state highway is not impeded in a way that we come up with solutions that preserve the capacity if we want to also get other attributes of parking and those kinds of things. So I think we have a sense of that. So we think we're ready to go if council gives us the green light. We're really trying to advance this to start it now as opposed to waiting to 2009.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Dale. Any other comments from our committee on Main Street? Okay, so with that, let's take a 10-minute break and then come on back and we'll continue to talk about how to revitalize Longmont. Just do a quick overview again. Frank?
I guess.
I got into the branding
Okay, make sure you use your mic, Frank, and make sure it's turned on.
How's that?
That works.
I got into the branding group about a week after they started, and the first thing I learned was that they had taken an umbrella as their means of putting things together. And I thought that was a pretty good idea, because when you're thinking in terms of branding for whether a corporation or, in this case, the city of Longmont, you want to make sure that you're covering all bases, and that the parts of the umbrella lift out to it. And then as we went further in that, in the discussion of that, and came up with some ideas as to what it might be, I don't think we got to a definitive spot. But we did come to a determination that we had to work with LAVA, we had to work with the LAEC, and Chamber, and whoever else was there. We had to work in terms of, and get information from the retail, the business, the whole environment that is Longmont. Consequently, could we start in a nice, speedy way, because I think it's important that we do so? I came up to the point that, yes, there were possible funds available from the LAVA tax. And then pull it together and continue to get information from the other groups and say, well, this is Longmont. It's not just an art column, and it's not just, you know, a mall that has to be replaced. It's an awful lot of things. It's the thing that brought me to Longmont. It's the thing that brings my family out here to visit, especially the grandchildren. That we go from Longmont to all the other places that are exciting here in Colorado. And it's in a simple way, that's what I considered branding and what the group had done and pulled together for that. And we just brought, and now we have the complete input from the other groups, and it makes it a lot easier. The thing is to get us started, set our objectives, and say, okay, here is Longmont, all right? We say certain things, and we put some action into it, check a couple of months down the line, 3 months, 2 months, whatever, see what we got. And it's not a very expensive way to do it, because we have a lot of people who are interested in making it work.
Mm-hmm. You make a lot of good points, and I know we've been talking about a city branding study now for a year and a half, and I think it's time to implement. And a lot of it is how Longmont residents perceive the city, but it's also how folks and businesses outside of Longmont perceive the city. And we need to know, first of all, their perception, and then whether or not we want to try to change them and try to tell them a little bit more about what goes on here. I think so many people would be surprised to find out some of the very high-tech, cutting-edge businesses that we have here in Longmont, and you know, the very highly educated workforce that we have, which is unique pretty much to the rest of Colorado. So it's trying to get that message out. So you raised some good points.
Mayor, if I might add too, to what you have said and what Frank said, I mean, it was also identified to have major stakeholders. Those stakeholders were identified as the city, DDA, LAEC, the Chamber of Commerce, and LAVA.
Mm-hmm.
Then building upon what is known before of some of the wishes of council, I mean, we could actually start this process in '08 with putting together the stakeholders, trying to form what an RFP would look like, and then actually put that out for bid in '09. So there are things that can be done this year with this.
I like that.
And we've also put in here some suggested or recommended funding mechanisms to cover the cost of what that would be.
Okay.
And Frank was right, the city's portion is being recommended out of the lodger's tax, the city's portion of the lodger's tax.
Okay. Yeah, but my beliefs, the sooner we can start it, the better. Cotton, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you. I'm a 45-year resident of East Boulder County. You didn't think I was that old, no? I also spent some time in the San Francisco Bay Area, my last year in the Navy, actually 2 different times. And one of the things that strikes me about Longmont is that Longmont citizens who've been here a long time, Boulder County citizens who've been in Boulder County a long time, don't understand what they've got. And in the San Francisco Bay Area, particularly South and Southeast Bay Area of San Francisco, those little farming communities didn't know what they had until the Intels, the Apples, and all of those high-tech firms needed places for their employees to live and play. And all of a sudden, little towns of Danville and Pleasanton and Gilroy, which are now high-end communities, these little farming communities just blossomed. And that's the potential that I see for Longmont. But Longmont has a real struggle, because not only does it have to battle against the perceptions of long-term residents like myself, it also has to battle against some of its own demographics. Because some of its demographics don't speak well of Longmont. And what I'm talking about are things that a lot of people don't like to hear, but the cost of housing. I mean, I'm going to tell you, from an attractive standpoint, from those coming in to Colorado to work and live, and I'm going to say primarily those higher-end jobs that contribute to the community, they look at our demographics and they still see us as, yeah, an affordable town, but too affordable. That lower level affordability. And you look in the Boulder Daily Camera and you say, okay, where are the cheapest houses? Well, they're in Longmont. Right? So we have some battling to do. And I'm not saying that what we need to do is build the biggest houses and have the wealthiest people in Longmont. But I think we need to understand that as we move forward, as we brand Longmont, we're going to be battling against those perceptions that are created not only by people like myself who've been here a long time, but by the demographics that Longmont has created itself that are part of it. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you, Cotton Burton. I think you hit it on the head. Thank you, because I think that's exactly it. One of the things that we always hear is that we've got to keep everything absolutely affordable, and sometimes we, and in some areas we do, and to have mixed use is a good idea. But you're absolutely right. When you're the cheapest place around, that doesn't always mean the best place around, and we've got to get these. There's a lot of folks out there that are trying to sell their houses right now, and I think that we've got to get housing values up, and I don't see that coming from building more sprawl, but doing projects like what you're doing inside the city where people actually will do that walking and that type of stuff. I think you really are a visionary, and that's exactly the thing that people need to hear here in town. Mr. Keating, one of the things as you were that you were saying as you were going on, I really got this vision of what you were after, and I was thinking about this branding concept about Longmont, your home port for cruising Colorado, that type of thing, where people actually come here, stay, and they go out like the spokes of a wheel, trying to go visit different places within range of Longmont. And that's really, I think, what we've got to be establishing here, that type of thinking. And of course, we've always got our biggest asset is our people always. So I'm really pleased that you guys see that. And thanks again, Cotton. You really hit it on the head.
Councilmember Levison.
Well, I'll take my opportunity to say this is the group that I was assigned to. And just for the record, there were 4 council members now associated with this continuation of the economic advisory group that came from the original task force. And Gabe was on the downtown section. I was on branding. And I think that one of the other things that we decided with branding is that everybody that the city supports with money should support the brand. Not that they don't have their own separate brand for LAAC or whatever, but whatever groups we give money to, they have to buy into the picture that the city is creating as part of that umbrella that everybody's falling under. And that is one of the recommendations that can be made, just so that we always have support to nurture the brand, to improve upon it. And I will strongly recommend to the rest of the council that we do follow the recommendation of this subgroup that said we should really go and begin identifying the additional stakeholders and drafting an RFP for this branding work to be done. One other thing that happened this summer was really an eye-opener for me. When we had Ned Hill, the economic development professor from Cleveland State University, who's done economic development work for many states and for the National League of Cities, he came and drove around Longmont, and we got to see, several of us, what Longmont looks like from someone else's eyes. And it was really amazing, because he said, wow, you really have something here, and why aren't you doing more? And I think that was a big wake-up call for me, to have somebody of that caliber walk around downtown and pick out all these great assets. He says, you can't get a downtown like this anyplace else. So it all feeds into a bigger picture that we're all going for, not just with these 4 areas, but I think we have to take ownership of seeing these things happen too. I think the branding campaign, just the process of doing the branding study, perhaps if LAVA decides to do a destination audit, which is something that was talked about in a CML article in January or December of last year, all of that kind of stuff can only communicate the message of what the city is about and build our base in just the community, the business community, the retail community, and really can come out with so many, we can end up with so many positive outcomes, very long term, that are going to be sustaining the community in new business, retail dollars, anything. I think it really makes a lot of sense to work on this right now. So I'm just going to make a big plug that we get going on this branding thing right away and get these other stakeholders identified.
Good points. Councilmember Blue?
Thank you, and I agree with Sarah on her comments. I would also mention that when LAVA was first going, maybe not the first year, but at least when I've been associated since I've been on council, they had a tagline, Longmont, the center of your Colorado adventure, which sort of tags into what Councilmember McCoy was talking about. Doug, who is going to be responsible for contacting the groups that are delineated here that you hope will be your partners financially?
Councilmember Blue, that would be me, the city.
Okay, okay.
Good idea.
So we're probably going to hear about this at LAVA tomorrow, right?
I think you shall.
Okay. You're already set to go, pretty much.
Set to go, yeah.
On this first part.
Yes.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Okay, I'd like to echo the comments that were made. As soon as we can get this branding study started, let's get it started. We've waited way too long, and it's time to move forward and get the brand done, get the community conversation going again, and then whatever marketing materials, all these different agencies inside city government, outside city government, they all need to be coordinated and working with the brand. And anyway, okay, so any other questions with regard to this particular one? John?
It's not a
Yep, it
question so
works.
much, more of a comment. I think it's important, I think your enthusiasm about doing this is important. I think a lot of us share that perspective. But I also think it's important to understand that it's complex. It's not going to be simplistic. You're going to have issues related to how is this going to be rolled out? How's it going to be implemented after you determine what it is? There are lots and lots of questions that have to be answered before you're really to the position of saying, okay, now we're going to do this. And I would just say it's important. You'll have enough people who think that way probably associated with it, but it's important that that perspective be kept at the front.
You know, and I agree with you, and I think Doug actually laid out some of those points when he did his PowerPoint. There's no doubt it's more than just getting the brand, and it's then making sure that, again, all of the agencies here are working together and we work in unison, and perhaps we can share some marketing dollars so that we can find some efficiencies and we speak with one voice. And it's a multi-year thing, but we need to get started.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mayor. I might add also, though, on John's behalf and other organizations, in fact, that are the major stakeholders, I think it's our responsibility to go to them and sell the idea, to you know,
Yes.
verify it, validate it. And I think we can do that between now and, say, the first quarter of '09.
Okay, Councilmember Hanson.
Yeah, I guess I got one more question with regard to branding. How do we know that this is the brand for us? I mean, when we should abandon it or stick with it? You know, I guess there has to be some decision point as to whether or not the brand actually carries Longmont or is taking us down the wrong path and it's just simply a waste of time and money. I don't mean the branding concept, but a particular brand that we choose. You know, I think everybody's going to have their different views of what is or isn't a good brand for the city of Longmont, and I guess there has to be some point in time where we have to decide what's best for Longmont.
The short answer to that, Councilmember Hanson, would be the measuring the success of what is put into place. You hope that going through the process, that you're gonna go through the research, you're gonna go through the focus groups with a professional consultant, so what you arrive at, as much as you can get a consensus, you're happy with that as a community. And then once it's implemented, and you go through measuring the performance of that, like you would any other contract with any outside agency. So you're gonna measure the success of that.
Okay.
How exactly? I mean, you might measure how it's perceived elsewhere. Is it leading to attraction? What are developers thinking of what's being said?
All right.
So there'll be mechanisms in place to measure that.
Okay, thanks.
Richard.
Yeah, I would suggest that we would not take this conversation to Garrison Keeler and ask him to brand the community, because I think it would come out Longmont, where all the house prices are below average.
Good point. Good point. Sharon, did you have a comment?
Another answer to that is to take whatever comes out of whoever is hired to do it and test it. And obviously, the process that you'll go through will be to get input from everyone, and the community's got to buy into it as well. And it's a whole process. But then you probably want to take it and test it elsewhere, all different stakeholders, all different constituencies. So that has to get added into the cost as well. But
Okay.
it's worth it in advance.
Okay, that's a good point. And Councilmember Levinson.
So I just want to make sure that the recommendation and directions to staff is that we get working on identifying the stakeholders and drafting an RFP with the idea that we will select a consultant in early 2009.
January 3rd.
Thank you. And develop a plan. And one other item that's in here is that we should also identify possibly what responsibilities a staff member that would be assigned to market and maintain the brand. If you can give us any kind of budgetary or fiscal note about if it would be 10 hours a week that you think, or I guess that might be indicated through the branding study, how much that might take, so that we know what would be something we'd want to budget perhaps for 2010. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments with regard to branding? Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Item 3, Direction 3, expand the city's role in economic development activities. I think we've got a couple of folks that would like to talk to that issue. Richard, if you want to start.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I'm really pleased to hear all the council's comments with respect to the report that we've turned down. At the risk of extending this activity for another 6 months, I think that council should, with respect to this particular question, send the report back to the advisory group. There's a lot of talent and a lot of very busy people who put a huge amount of time into this advisory group. And we don't do it just for the free coffee and donuts. We worked hard to produce a document that, as we handed it in, was useful and relevant. And I know that council is flooded with a big stack of material to read over every weekend getting ready for this. And I understand that some summarizing has to get done. And I'd be pleased to have an overview to be assembled to give some coherence to the varied subcommittee reports. But I think that council would be well served to see original material that the subcommittees put together, rather than have it chewed up and digested and editorialized and before it's passed on to council. There's several of us who think that a lot of the flavor got chewed out of this report before it was passed along to council. Some of the subcommittee's warmest felt input just didn't make it through the editing and filtering process, and I can only surmise that other aspects of the four subgroups might have been similarly affected. We got this on Friday ourselves, and then here it is Tuesday. So you asked for what amount to professional opinion, and it's been gladly given, and I do think that you should have its full worth. And I would be pleased to have council's detailed questions with respect to what it is that we produced, and have our input amplified with respect to those particular questions. But again, I think that in addition to having an edited summary that has passed through the process of review by the city staff, you should have the original material as well. That's one comment that I think you should send the report back, and that addresses Councilmember Blue's earlier question as to whether there was a minority opinion. Now, one of the things that this group felt that Doug can't say is that he ought to have a department. It's perhaps unseemly for him to say, you ought to make me be a department head. But I will say that the subcommittee very strongly felt that there should be such a department and a department head, and that this particular, whoever fills this position, currently it's Doug, should have the seat at the weekly meeting of all department heads, should have input on all policy matters that he feels are significant to the economic development, because economic development is the lifeblood of the community. That's where all the funds come from to make the city go. You can't pay your property taxes unless you have a job. You're not paying payroll taxes without there are jobs. So in order to give that function the clout that it needs, and I'll say Doug, but in fact I mean the position. Doug needs in going out and about the county, the state, the nation, in trying to bring jobs of the appropriate sort into town. He needs to know, and those people with whom he speaks need to know that when he comes back, he's heard. Doug can't say that with the force that is appropriate, but
Okay, then Richard, if I could intercede here.
Sure.
If you're saying that there are some things that your subcommittee wanted to put in, but they're not in, could you discuss them?
I can tell you some of mine. I'd like to have seen it. Let me. You mentioned the phrase "squeeze the chicken," and I'll elaborate on that shortly. There was a vigorous discussion going on at the earlier embodiment of this advisory group. And my comment was that instead of reading the brochures that the tech transfer offices at the various universities put out and wait for those eggs to roll into the basket, you should go squeeze the chicken. You should go get closer to the benches. You should work your contacts with the people who are doing the research that puts out the kind of products that can be patented, that can be formative in creating jobs. And amongst the branding efforts that the city should be doing is making it known amongst the research community in this area at CSU, at North Colorado in Greeley, and at CU, that this is a place where you can bring your new technologies and set up a company where that we have all the resources here necessary. So that's a place to go brand the city with particular client groups. I don't see that mentioned with the force and flavor that I'd like to see it in this report. So that is an example.
Hey, Mayor, can I add something? I mean, that responsibility was mine. I received this information from 4 different groups in 4 different formats. So yes, there was some editing, and I tried to put it in where it would flow and make more sense. It wasn't intentional to leave out any one point, but if it was not in the realm of something that was going to be funded in 2009 or even considered, some things were omitted. What I would recommend, or what I can gladly do, is I can forward all the original documents, all 4 groups' original documents to all of council. And you can compare that to what you have right here. But I did want to say it wasn't the intention to leave any specific idea out, or, as Richard said, the flavor of that idea. It was more just trying to put it into what perspective we were looking at this entire document.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I would hope we've got some multi-year initiatives in here, because actually I'm a big fan of tech transfer. And I would very much like to see the city go after some of the, emerging businesses coming out of CU and CSU. And if we don't do it in 2009, and if you put it in for 2010, I think that is appropriate. So, Council. Pam, did you want to speak to that?
I'm going to stand up.
Okay.
Thank you. I feel like I need to make a couple of real quick thoughts before I get into what I want to say. The first is, we were talking about art galleries a little bit ago, and in my former life, I ran a successful art gallery at 9th and Broadway in Denver, and there are 3 ingredients that you need to run an art gallery that's going to bring in some bucks. And that is location, that is someone who has a great knowledge of art, and it also includes somebody who's a dynamite salesperson. If you don't have someone who can sell art and sell it well, you'll never be successful with art. So I would encourage you to find that person and to make that happen. And I don't know if anybody remembers, maybe Mary, I don't know, but before I started Magellan Center, I produced 3 art shows for Colorado Front Range, for Front Range University, and you may have attended. They were quite well attended, and we did sell there. So just so you know. Okay, now that I've said that, I'd like to make one more quick comment. There are, to my count, 4 people sitting here and a couple of very notable absences of folks who get money for their organizations from the city. And by making any comments that are slightly opposed, as Richard was stating, to what was presented here tonight, we literally risk cutting our throats. And I hope you'll keep that in mind. Because we can't, I know some others are very reluctant to speak out. And being the, as I've been called, the Lone Ranger, I would like to say that at this point I'm not afraid to do that because I'm kind of tired of it. I feel strongly that I was on a committee, the first task force, Economic Vitality Task Force, and at the end of that, city staff, and I don't necessarily mean Doug, did take our remarks and slice and dice them, as Richard said, And I was very disappointed with that. It was a total waste of my time, and I was very upset about it. I brought that to the attention of several people, including Mayor Pro Tem Binker and also Councilwoman Levinson. I was asked to come back for this task force by the two of you as well as by Doug Benny, and assured that this time we would have our remarks counted. I don't feel they were, at least for this committee. And I feel that, as Richard was saying, it wasn't so much that our ideas were manipulated. It's more that we had squared out exactly the words that we felt were important. And we came together as a group of diverse people. You all know that John and I sometimes have disagreed. Well, we all agreed. John, Richard, Sharon, Tom Miller from Workforce, and Roger was absent, but we did, the rest of us did agree on the words that we put together, and we worked our fannies off to make sure that those words, each word counted, and they're not represented here. There's one, for example, we had 6 objectives, not 4, that are mentioned here, and there is one in here that we never mentioned. And the reason that we did discuss it, but we didn't bring it up because we flatly felt you don't have the money for it this year. And yes, it would be a great idea for in the future, but not this year. And it's there, right there, presented as though we said it and we didn't. Also, I'd like to say the rationale that was added to this statement, I don't know where that came from, but very flatly, it's gratuitous and goes to points that we feel are not part of economic development, and it flatly didn't make any sense. So I want you to know that I agree strongly with Richard that we send you the reports as we wrote them. If you want us to come back as advisors, that's fine. I don't know that you'll get me this time, but you might get some others. I happen to be at a point in my life, thankfully, where I am able to make some decisions as to how my time is spent and where my time is going. And I'm not willing to do it again. I've done it on the first task force, I did it on the second task force, and I've done it on Economic Alliance. Whether you fund Magellan Center next year or not, at this point, it's past me. I just flatly feel that my opinions, as well as 22 others, have been ignored and it's just smoothed over. They've taken square edges and created round pegs. And it's time that we break the logjam at the top of city council, city management. It's just time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. If you could email it, I don't know who's actually got the information, but I know I would like to see it. I suspect most of council, I think you should probably just send it to all of us, and I appreciate that. And also thank you for your work.
Could I? One comment. The one comment I would like to say, not necessarily in Doug's defense, but towards this idea, and I realize the whole time it hasn't been you, but this is the 3rd time that this has come before council. The 3rd time over the course of 2 years. And every time it showed up at council, the direction was, this is way too much, we can't get our arms around it, send it back and whittle it down. Because we started with 192 ideas.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
And there's been a consistent direction from council to get this to bite size for us. And don't leave it so big. So if I had been in that place, I might have done exactly the same thing. It's not to defend or anything else. It's basically just to say that direction has been from council, bring it down to a very level. I do agree with seeing all the information. We shouldn't necessarily have to define it, but for Doug's purpose of presenting a report, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Levinson.
I also want to echo my appreciation for people that have been through this process for the long haul. For a lot of us, it's been 2 years, a lot of 7 a.m. meetings, with or without donuts to tempt us, lots of coffee. And this is not easy work to do. And personally, things that were ideas that I had, I didn't see come through in the report either, and I was given some reasons why they didn't come in, and I believe sometime they may come in at a later time. However, if there were 2 other objectives or recommendations that this group wordsmithed and didn't see here, certainly I want to see those too. And I think I probably read a first level of those in email correspondence in the course of the committee work. But I also want to return people to what the council, because we don't have big enough brains to process all this information all the time. We keep whittling it down. Specifically, what I recall is that the focus for reviving the committee is what could we do that has something we have to add to the 2009 budget. So the focus was pretty narrow. And again, the reason why the downtown people didn't bite off a bigger chunk is they were like trying to get it down to the manageable size, which is what we asked for. Sometimes some of us get it bigger, and then we have to go smaller again. As far as the creating a new department, I think we have to ask senior staff, what does it take to create a new department? I don't know that. I don't have that much experience. So one of those questions I want feedback from staff is, how would it look? What is the process to create an economic development department, a separate one? And also, I have a vision, a personal vision of how I think, after 2 years of working with so many people, how this could come together. I'd rather not micromanage and create the department myself, but there are certain things that I would like to see. And I would really like to see us get a real economic development strategic plan. We've done a lot of base work, but this is not a plan. And a plan is one of those things, just like the comp plan, that you update, that you have the big vision. And so the recommendation from this group that we create a department that brings the profile that economic development is an important part of the city, yes, yes, yes. The fact that we can actually hire a consultant, and I think we have to write a very good RFP to get a very good consultant to come and work with us, who can be totally objective with any of these other dynamics in the community. They're only going to look at it in the purest sense. We need to do that too. Yes, Ms. Gibson?
Just briefly, I'm sorry. I meant to also mention that I think there's a difference between doing a strategic plan and a formal, comprehensive economic development strategy plan. That is actually a formal document that's used by thousands of cities, not just Longmont. Doug has some copies of some very good ones. But that's a process that involves not just the city. It's far bigger than anything that I think that any economic development office could do alone. It involves bringing in all elements of the city, including your chambers and John, certainly. It involves bringing in the state of Colorado if you want to do it the right way. It involves actually applying for funds with Economic Development Administration. And you can get funds for a comprehensive study, or at least partial funds, if you do it right. And believe me, I know it's always, you're never a consultant in your own city, but too bad. Magellan Center is actually doing plans for other cities. We are now working with cities across the United States, actually, and we are working on similar kinds of projects all the time. And this is a very specific process. It's got checklists. You check this, check all the way down, as Doug will tell you. Sharon, I know, has read some too. It's really a pretty straightforward document, but it takes master organization of a community. So I hope you'll do it right and do it with
Well,
a comprehensive
and
plan.
my vision of what comes out of this is to have that kind of, sort of the comprehensive plan for economic development and vitality. Along, and that's really our roadmap. We don't have a roadmap. We seem to meander. You know, we look for breadcrumbs or whatever we're doing, and we're not being as effective. So I think that a number of recommendations coming here might be short-term but have long-term implications. And I think right now we have to address the fact that we have to get through what can we do in 2009 to build on this. And so my recommendation and direction to staff at this point would be, number one, how do you create a department? What are the necessary elements? What would it look like? How would it function? And that's not, we know what it'll do because you guys have done a really good job outlining what you think it should do. But some of those other kind of administrative processes, I think, need to be addressed, and you guys weren't responsible to address those. Also, to develop a comprehensive economic development strategy.
The right way.
Well, right, and I think all of us want to do things the right way. That is the number one priority also for me. And I think a lot of it will fall under it. I mean, supporting and expanding business assistance programs, that's something that's ongoing. Can we make more effective what we're doing? I think we rely on the people in that group to help us decide that and to align resources. And when it comes to, I know the LEGI program, a lot of people in the public budget forums had no idea what the LEGI program was. Therefore, they couldn't apply any measurement standards. There wasn't a lot of explanation to the public. So a lot of the public didn't understand what the effectiveness of an economic gardening initiative would be. So I think there are a number of elements we can do a better job educating the public, but I don't want to lose the LEGI program necessarily in the 2009 budget because of some of what we heard in the budget forums, because sometimes the public doesn't know enough about some of these processes too, especially with the information that was provided for them to make comments on. So again, I would like to make sure we start with how a department would look, getting an RFP together, the beginnings of an RFP to send out on who we would want to work with to develop a comprehensive economic development vitality strategy, and then continue with some targeted other items that your committee has suggested.
May I just say one word? I want to give the microphone over to Tom, but Councilman Levinson, I would like to say that we were given the charge as a full committee of coming up with ideas that we could deliver in 2009, and I think we all worked very hard at doing that, and that was exactly what we did. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Tom McCoy.
I keep hearing the word 2010 possibly, and I think if anything's going to happen to make this whole thing work, it has to be budgeted in 2009. Something has to start, and I think the umbrella idea that we came back with brings us into a focus where everybody feels a buy-in and that they're part of it, but it has to start sooner rather than later. This business of dragging it out and setting it aside, I think having a department head, I think is going to make a big difference in making this thing work, and I think you'll see results by the end of 2009.
Yes, I agree. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to follow up on a comment that Richard Jude made. I think Longmont actually has a great opportunity geographically. You know, we're situated between the University of Colorado Boulder, Colorado State University, and a number of other universities. And I think one of the virtues of putting some focus on small innovative businesses and bringing them into the area and doing technology development, it's not just a cottage industry. You know, you have the potential of starting businesses that can become very significant, that can start small, and usually if you get them established in an area where you want them established, hopefully here in Longmont, and we are in a very good area geographically, it gives us a great opportunity. And I think there's a lot of cities that try to foster programs that are well-established programs, try to make matching grants and identify those areas that they want to work in. And I think that might be one area that we want to seriously consider for the city of Longmont. There's a lot of federal programs with the SBA, Small Business and Innovative Research Program, et cetera. It's easy to identify people that are involved in those programs, and it's easy for us to put something together that would potentially make this area very attractive to some of those small businesses that have a lot of potential for growth. And so, you know, that might be one area that we want to look at very carefully, you know, for the city of Longmont's economic growth.
Okay, Councilmember Blue.
Thank you. I would sort of echo the comments that John made a moment ago about the directive that was given from council, in that this plan, and I was very pleased to read it. Some parts of it I like better than others, but it was very positive, my response. You had to digest a lot of information, and I personally don't want to go through all your original documents. I don't have time. I barely have time to read the packet and make the contacts to staff that I need to on questions I have. I would not object to hearing about 2 more objectives in this particular realm that didn't make it if they can be condensed as these have been, and I'd be happy to look at those. But I would like to say that this is just the kind of format that I was expecting. Thank you.
I'd like to add a couple of things, and again, if you can take some notes, Mr. Benny. First of all, create an economic development department. I've been wanting to do that for some time. I think it's essential. I think it sends a message out to business people inside and outside of Longmont that we are very serious about economic development and we want to go forward with it. I would like to see, I'm not quite sure we need a study to do it. I think we've got some pretty good folks within the city. I would like to see more than the $76,000 that you've got down here as the fiscal note. If I had my druthers, I would love to be able to take the planning department and turn that, hopefully, not too many planners. Yes, Phil is in the background. I do believe that the planning department should be a part of the economic development department. Perhaps someone from Public Works, perhaps someone from finance, because you need some folks in there that can, understand TIFs and how you calculate whether or not there's a financial benefit to the city. I take a look at what's been going on with our mall, and I very much would like to see one person that knows the sense of council and has the authority to be able to work with a developer and to be able to offer different scenarios, to someone who's coming to the city that wants to work with us. And what we've done in the past is we've had developers come to us, they present us with a plan after they spent all of this money, all of this time, and then we look at the plan and say, nope, that's not what we wanted. And I just think if we could have, more open communication and we're going back and forth and working in partnership with some of the business people that come to Longmont, I think it would save us time. We would get what we're interested in, they would get what they're interested in, and projects would get put online much faster. So in terms of an economic development department, I'd like to see, again, full speed ahead. In terms of some of the extra positions that we need, where some of the expertise that we're missing, I definitely think we need somebody who's an expert on retail, because retail means city sales tax. City sales tax means, we get to keep our program level at a good level for our citizens. We need somebody with marketing experience, financing experience, and one of the things that I've been wanting to do for a long time is to set up a small business center. We've got a couple of tiny little programs. They're in different places. I think we need one door that a small business, or you're thinking about creating a small business, where they can walk through, and it may not all necessarily be geographically in the same building, but that one door that somebody can walk through and get the kind of information that they need in terms of financing and marketing, again, and some of the things that Leggy provides. Let's see. One other comment, and that is your objective number 3. You said that you would like to have an advisory committee. I'm not quite sure at this point that would be necessary. And the advisory committee that you're suggesting, there's an unusual relationship that you would be having there, because quite frankly, most of the members on the advisory committee that you're suggesting are funded by the city. And so I think that would be an awkward situation. I think the city needs to take the lead. You can certainly have some savvy business people that you can consult with, to get direction. But to hang your hat on what you've got here right now, I just, I'm not quite sure it's what you want. So I would like to see that you rethink that. I'm not quite sure other city agencies have got an advisory committee. You may have, a board similar to, say, Parks and Recreation. I mean, if those are the kinds of things that you're thinking of, then, that would go through a council appointment. So that's all I've got on this particular item. We've got one more to go through, if I can, and that is retail.
Actually,
So, I'm sorry, Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll have to echo what some of the comments Councilmember Levison made. I'd like to see how this department is going to be created. Should there be an economic development department? I agree, but I'd like to see how it's going to be structured. Are we going to, as Mayor Pro Tem Banker has said, are we going to pull people from different departments into this one new department? I like to see how that is. Going too fast and melding in all these people without a clear direction about, okay, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, we need one person to do this. I want to see the structure first to see how that's going to happen. Now, should some of that be budgeted in 2009, as Mr. McCoy said? I would agree with that as well. I'd like to see how this department is going to be created, where it's going to be created from as far as personnel, and also have that economic development comp plan. We talked at the retreat regarding a plan that we would like to see, like the city of Loveland, I believe, uses as far as some of their development aspects. That's something I believe that we all, the 7 of us at that retreat, we're pretty much in favor of and would like to see. But first, I'd like to see that structure before we just go willy-nilly into the future.
Sharon.
It's interesting because I'm new to I haven't been on one of these committees before. So some of the frustration that I've heard seemed much stronger than I felt until we started the conversation. And I guess I'd like to just maybe end this piece, if we're going to the next, to let you know that I think the reflected in these comments are what we talked about. But we felt very, very strongly about this, and that didn't come through. And it's for all of the reasons that you gave already. The idea that economic development needs to have a seat at the table. It needs to be on equal footing. Mm-hmm. It will show how important it is, and it will show within the city government, but also within the whole community. And that's pretty important. The other thing is, and I was on the economic what do we call it? Alliance. Economic Alliance, and we did at one point try to come up with kind of a put together quick plan. And each of us, and we're all professionals, kind of came to a stopping point. And seriously, it was because the plan we would have put together would have implied policy that really it's yours to make. In other words, some of what we're doing is, I think, putting the cart before the horse. And some of these are great programs. And we'll be able to come up with these great programs once the goals are set, the policies are made. All of those programs will fall right out of it. And really, you have lots of talented people that are able to come up with programs. But first, I think the policies have to get set. And I think we've come to this point a couple of times. So I'm not as frustrated as you've heard some, but I could get there. Ned Hill, I was at that presentation too, made one comment. It was the only thing I wrote down that day. He said the role of government was to create a petri dish. I thought that was the most fabulous analogy. So, I think that's what we're trying to make happen here. And we'll be the catalyst. We'll help you bubble up whatever comes out. But
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next item is retail. And if you want to.
Quickly, Mayor and Council, really, the retail is about policy, and it kind of is a nice segue. It really is about establishing policy towards retail. Some of the specific items included in the retail analysis deal with creating a one-stop shop process for retail, as you had mentioned before, looking at possible incentives for targeted types of retail and location for retail, creating an information depository for prospective developers, creating a business retention and expansion program for retailers. There's also elements for the shop local, and I use that as a generic term for whatever campaign you would like to consider or create. Also, there's elements of updating the retail plan, the retail opportunity study, to get a better handle on our leakage status 2 years later. Using the Economic Alliance or any group you care to create to include real estate community and retail community. And then finally, just an effort about major redevelopment projects such as the mall and its impact on retail, to really be supportive of those efforts, as we are already. So that's quickly what the retail really deals with here.
Okay, Councilmember Blue.
Thank you. The reason I asked the question that I did at the beginning, and I apologize if I step on some toes here, is I'm assuming that most of the members of the overall group, not this subcommittee specifically, had bought into the premises that are established for each one of the four of these. And I would direct your attention to the top of page 13 of the report, 21 in our packet, the second paragraph up there under rationale, where it talks about competition for retail development along the Front Range. Is this another, it doesn't say it exactly, but Doug, would you assume that this paragraph addresses retail leakage?
Absolutely, as well as retail competition. I mean, the two are one and the same.
I happen to know that about 2 months ago, a member of this overall committee made the statement to two people that Longmont doesn't have a retail leakage problem, that there is no such problem in Longmont. And that greatly troubles me, to think that this group is going to address this issue, and yet one of the members is declaring that we don't have a retail leakage problem. I know it's
Well,
not,
can't
that's,
speak
I
for
know
that
you
member.
can't
I think
answer.
that person's misinformed, but,
Councilmember.
you know, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but one other thing that you should know, that this group, each individual group or committee presented their findings to the rest. So this was also shared internally before it ever came out in writing. So everyone had a chance to comment on each other's work, and those comments were incorporated the best we could do into this.
Hey, Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, I guess one of the things of all these items that concerns me the most is the economy's changed so much recently. I really think if we could get a more recent retail study, it would probably be very beneficial to us, because people's shopping habits have just changed significantly. I'd hate to model things after sort of yesteryear's shopping with all the changes that's happened with foreclosures and where people are going to purchase items. And so I don't know, what's your thoughts? It seems like that should be a pretty high priority in terms of what we need to do next.
Well, Councilmember Hanson, you're exactly right. I think we got an estimate of about $20,000 to update the retail opportunity study. I think some of those gaps have been filled with the Best Buy and certain other stores, but there's still quite a bit of leakage. High-end furniture, high-end women's clothing, men's clothing. There's still a lot of areas where you have to go out of town to really shop. So it would be, I mean, I think it would be very beneficial. And that's actually one of 3 items that have a budget, 2009 budget amount associated with it.
And if you look at how much tax dollars go out of the city of Longmont based on the retail leakage, that's a pretty small price tag to try to identify those areas and cure at least a portion of it. All right, thank you, Doug.
Councilmember McCoy.
Well, I'm glad we have people on there that have diverse points of view. I think that's part of the democratic process, and I think we need to address that. And I think we're always going to have a little bit of retail leakage. Any community does in regards to internet. When we have so many people driving out of this community every single day, people being smart about their use of time based on their economic situation, they're going to shop during the lunch hour because, you know, some place is closer to their work location. If there's in Boulder, they're going to go and utilize their time more efficiently so that they can get back home and spend time with their families or do the things that they need to do. And they also are aware of the carbon footprint that a lot of them are putting out there. So they're trying to be more efficient in when they buy, not so much of where they buy. So we're always going to have some retail leakage, and to deny that is in my opinion, misguided. To address the issue of what we want to do as far as retail leakage, you know, I think we certainly want to follow what you have presented here and probably even expand on those at some point here. But I just wanted to make sure that that point was, it's okay if somebody disagrees with us. You know, there's a misconception in this community by a lot of people when this council, for an example, doesn't get a unanimous vote. Some people are extremely mad when they don't get 7-0 votes. Well, that is really not very reflective of the community. And so that's where I think you need to, that's an example, but I think there's a lot of things out here that we're not all going to agree on stuff. So I'm glad with what you developed here. I think this is a good idea. But, you know, to say that one member disagree with it, you know, I would hope that that's okay. That's the goal here. So.
Okay, Councilmember Levison.
Well, I think it's really important that we address how we're going to grow our retail environment so that we can have the revenue from the retail to keep our city budget running. One of the, I think I mentioned this another time at council, one of those kind of epiphany moments for me was sitting at CML at Steamboat Spring, where there was a panel talking about how do you go and get some of this stuff. And, you know, there's some other cities that had some pretty interesting strategies to figure out where they were in the retail environment compared to other communities and what part of the pie could they still go after, what niche that they could beat everybody else around them at. And I think that we have to take some sort of a hard look at what we are and what we offer to this community, but also how we can capture dollars not just from here, but from other people coming to Longmont. And I think that we will have to do an update to the not only the retail opportunity study, but the thing that was unique about the city of Arvada that I heard at CML is that they tried to calculate each of their retail areas and match the revenue generated to what revenues they needed in the future to run their city. And if they weren't getting those revenues, they did their best to figure out how do we grow the retail to get those revenues. And I think it doesn't matter, we have to get the dollars from it, and we have to get retail that's going to be successful, and that's the bottom line. How it looks like, I mean, you know, if we all could forecast that market, we wouldn't be sitting here. And some of these things we just have to start working on. So I would recommend that we give direction to staff to look at a couple of things. And one of those things, I think, is the update of the retail opportunity study. And I would also like to include representatives from the retail and real estate communities. I know that's really part of the continuing work, but we haven't had, we've had just recently some input from retailers on this renewed committee. And I think that it's not just the work that the city does, but we also can gather retail data from other sources. For example, at Planning and Zoning a couple of weeks ago, there was a great economic strategist who informed P&Z about an upcoming development and had all this economic and retail market profiling done already for another client. You know, there's some stuff that's already out there that we could be utilizing and that we might necessarily not have to pay for. But first, we need to know what our retail environment looks like. So some of the things like updating the study, I would highly recommend. And I guess I might like to see what effectiveness using the CoStar program would have with attracting retail. I'm not familiar enough with that program, and I'm not familiar enough with the e-synchronous surveying database to recommend something one way or another. There's just not enough information here.
Okay, just a friendly reminder to council that we still have a water and wastewater rate studies that we have to go through. So just to remind you. Councilmember Hanson.
I just have one more quick question. I've never seen a retail study before. Does that bring into any traffic elements of where retail centers are and how traffic moves across town and any optimization factors?
Sure does.
Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, I'm glad we're talking about retail. We have a vast opportunity just down the road at Twin Peaks Mall to try to attract some of that retail. And I would hope that we can get together with Panattoni here relatively soon to address some of the retail leakage that I know we do have. I welcome all opinions and all different points of view, but having talked to many people in the community, from the very low wage earners to the very high wage earners, we have a tremendous amount of retail leakage. You mentioned it yourself: high-end women's clothing, furniture, men's clothing. So I would hope that we could get that study revamped and to see exactly where we're at. As Councilmember Hanson had mentioned, things may have changed, but people, gas may be near $4, but people are still leaving Longmont to go shopping somewhere else. And so I would hope that, one, that we can get that study jump-started again, but also to hopefully re-jumpstart some of the ongoing questions regarding Twin Peaks Mall.
I'd like to add my final comments. This is one of the disadvantages of having to chair the meetings. I don't get to talk as much. But one of the measures that I've been a strong proponent for is the Buy Local initiative. And I think that can do so much, not only for the city treasury, but also for our local businesses. And so I would very much like to see a Shop Local campaign. The dollar amount that you put down there, I had to look at it several times, thinking maybe the comma was in the wrong place, because I don't think the amount that you've got designated is sufficient. I would also like to see city draft a policy where we make more of an effort to make our purchases from Longmont businesses. I think if we're asking people to shop local, we need to lead by example. And I'd also like to, have part of the Shop Local, Think Local campaign involve some of the local area farmers and match them up with our restaurants. I just think there's so much that we can do. And ideally, I'd like to get part of this campaign to be kicked off before the holiday season, because if we can educate our Longmont residents about, the benefits of shopping here in Longmont, I think for a small dollar amount, we're going to see 10 or 20-fold payback in terms of letting folks know that our city budget is, in difficult straits right now, and by shopping local Longmont, they're helping the city.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask you for a little further clarification on that? Because there's a couple ways you can go about that. Are you talking about putting that out for an RFP and letting a third party put together this Shop Local? Because if it's going to be...
I'm open to a number of different ways of doing it. I think for the holiday season, and if you want a sophisticated campaign, perhaps this piece of it might be, do an RFP, or I'm not sure. If you want to do in-house, that's fine with me. I just want to make sure that we're getting prepared now, because here it's the end of August. Christmas and Thanksgiving truly are not that far away. And so we have to be prepared if we want to capture those holiday dollars and try to keep them in Longmont.
So I would bring back some choices.
Okay. And then, I've got one more comment, but Councilmember Santos.
I just want just clarification. You're talking shopping locally. What is that definition?
I would see it as a large campaign, which would have several components to it. One would be an education campaign that does show that shopping retail in Longmont, whether it's big box or small business, is important. But my particular program that I hold dear is the shopping local independent of businesses, as well as shopping downtown. I'd see several components in the campaign. I'm no expert on marketing. I don't know how you would go about trying to differentiate some of these. But, one, we need the revenue. So any dollar that we can keep here is going to benefit the city. But there's no doubt our small business community is in dire straits right now, especially some of the retailers. And so if we can help them out, I think that would be good too.
Mayor, if I may, I would have to recommend they're really two separate items. The Think Local First campaign, which is part of LSBA,
Right.
they, and I'm speaking on their behalf, but I don't think they would want that tied to a larger Shop Local campaign.
And I understand that.
Because
but-
it dilutes the meaning of what the very specific
Right.
mission they
Then
have.
I would like to ask you then to speak with them and get some outside advice and come back to us with some more information.
Glad.
Well, the reason I was asking,
Okay.
because like the neighboring community where I grew up did a shop Pearland, Texas. It wasn't just shop the local small business, but shop the entire city, whether it be the big box stores or what have you. But keep your local dollars local, regardless of where you go shopping. That's something that that might address some of the retail leakage that we do have. Now, to a point that some folks will still go out of town to get some of the higher end items, but that I believe Shop Longmont would probably be the better moniker for it. Shop Longmont, keep your dollars here in town, support the city. This is just an idea.
Councilmember Blue?
Thank you. I would absolutely agree with Councilmember Santos, and I would object strongly to our limiting it to just independent businesses. We have larger businesses who may be franchises or maybe even big box who employ our citizens, who support us whenever there's sponsorships asked for by nonprofits. They kick in money. I definitely think it ought to be a Shop Longmont if we do it, and that is local because all of that sales tax benefits us. When that sales tax comes in, we don't differentiate between whether it's a local small business. And again, not to step on the toes of the small business group, if they're doing, that's fine. But if it's city-sponsored, it must be all of Longmont.
One final comment, and then I'd like to wind up and move on to the next topic. The report that you put together, it's helpful, and it was good for us to focus on these particular items. I would like to ask perhaps our city manager, I would like to have this report incorporated with the larger report that was done a year ago, or longer than a year. So we do have a document that's together. We've got different pieces. I'd like to have it pulled together into one document that, we maybe have a little bit of design on there, and I'm not asking that, you should be responsible for incorporating it and make the pages look pretty, but it seems to me that somebody within our city has got some strong talents with Word, and I don't know what other, kinds of programs are out there to give it a sharper look. But the content is the most important. I think we had a really productive conversation tonight. I have been waiting for this conversation for a long, long time, so thank you so much. And Cotton?
One comment I'd like to make on retail studies, retail leakage, retail, what's the other thing, the study you're doing? We're not only losing retail by leakage, we're losing people that go eat someplace other than Longmont. So anything you do in terms of studying how to vitalize retail in this city, please include eating establishments.
Yes.
As we know, probably we have one restaurant row. It was created by Mr. Chaknova and Mr. Tebow, and it's over at the corner of Highway 119 and Hover. The unfortunate thing about that development is that that's all it is. There's no retail with it. It is just a place to go and eat, and yet the parking lot is packed. What a missed opportunity, for retail to possibly be a part of that. So just please
that's a
include
good
food
No,
with
I agree with you.
expensive women's clothing.
Yes. Pam, closing comments?
Just closing up retail, I would just like to mention one thing and have it on council record, that retail downtown lost a very important person this week, and I think it's important to have it in our minutes that the Music Man passed away. Ken Miller, who was the owner of Miller Music, has taught countless children to play instruments and to enjoy music, and certainly was a mainstay of Main Street and also of this community. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to put this on the record.
Thank you. That's a good point. Okay, so with that, thank you all very much. Thank you for staying late tonight. And if you'd like to stay until 11:30 to hear about our water rate study, you are welcome to do so. But thank you for your hard work.
Miss those days, huh?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Rademacher. I didn't. I don't have time. I can either read.
So this needs to be brief.
Well, we still need to talk about the issue before us. But Mr. Rademacher, I'm hearing up here that we need to be fairly.
Very brief.
Brief.
Is that
That
okay?
was the word.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Banker and members of council, Dale Rademacher, Director of Public Works and Water Utilities. Tonight, we have a whole a bevy of folks with you, but we're going to go very briefly through an overview. As you know, we taped these sessions last week, and we hope the public had a chance to take a look at those and look at those over the weekend, as did council. But for our viewers tonight, in case there may be some, we do have just a very brief overview that's being handed out, if Angela can load that up. So the first point I want to make is that the Public Works and Utilities Department has focused on our strategic plan, and that is the basis of everything we do. And that over the last few years, we have reduced our staff by 25%, and we are controlling our costs by use of technology, cross-training our employees, a variety of techniques and business strategies to improve our efficiencies. That's resulted in about $1.8 million in savings every year. A total of over $8 million that we've saved up to now. Had we not done that, we would have been talking to you much sooner about a need for a rate increase, and it would have been larger. So I'm very proud of our staff and what they've been able to do and get that done. So why do we need to adjust the rates? Well, like everybody else, we are still having fuel and energy costs, increasing federal regulations. We need to maintain the reliability of the utilities. Looking at long-term water supply, Longmont is known for that. That's something that's part of our heritage. What we're trying to do in this rate study is, as well as to encourage conservation, and you'll see that in the information, as well as provide a new item, which is a lifeline rate for those customers that use a small amount of water. So some of the assumptions that we have, and I'm just going to breeze through these very quickly because you've seen these. Very low growth, about 6% over a 20-year time period, 3% inflation. We hope we don't get caught by that. We hope we've got enough in there. We are estimating that we will see a reduction in the per capita use of 0.5% per year over this time period. We have minimum reserves that are quite easy to understand, 90 days of O&M, that's an industry standard, and then we have another $500,000 of capital reserve on top of that. So what are our findings out of this report? It shows that in the water fund that we can go until about 2012. And at that time, we'll need to implement what I consider to be fairly modest rate increases in the world of utilities these days, about 2% in 2012, 4% in 2013. And if we carried this out 10 years, you would see small annual increases as we go forward. One issue that we want to get direction from council on tonight is we're recommending going from 3 tiers of a rate structure in single family to a 4th tier. And we also want to get your thoughts on a potential for a 5th tier for users that use more than 40,000 gallons a month on single family. So just real quickly, for the customers, it really comes down to tell me what it does to my bill every month. On single family customers, you can see that the water bill for the median customer, and that's where half the bills have gone out, is up to 7,000 gallons a month, that they're actually going to see a reduction. And that is the lifeline rate concept coming into play. Obviously, what we're doing, though, is we're shifting those costs up into the higher usage brackets. But for those folks that use that amount of water, their rates will actually decrease by about $1. The wastewater bills, on the other hand, will go up about 99 cents, for a net reduction of about 2 cents. So that's our 2 cents worth. So that's my humor for tonight. Multifamily customers, there's a modest increase in there of about $1.62. This is for a 3/4 inch tap using 23,000 gallons a month. And again, this typically, obviously, multi-unit is going to more than one customer. In the water utility, you typically have one meter that serves multiple users. The wastewater bills are also going up about $3.69 a month on multifamily customers. Switching over to small commercial, again, fairly modest increases on water, about $2.43. Moving up, and that's because the cost of service is a little bit higher on commercial, and wastewater bills going up about $1.71. So to put it in perspective of those around us, you can see that Longmont on our single-family monthly bills, the existing rates and then the proposed rates, we're still in the, and these are combined, by the way, this is both water and sewer. On water, we're very low. On water, we're maybe number 2, number 3 lowest rates, and we stay in that category. Wastewater, we're a little higher. We're more towards the middle of the pack. The bottom line is we're still in the middle of the pack and maybe to the low side. We're not pushing the number, if you will, on what the rates would be. Similarly, on the commercial bills, you can see that we're also on the lower end of the scale when it comes to the ultimate rate that we're looking at on combined water and sewer. So on our system development fees, our TAP fees, that's also an important issue that we dealt with in this rate study. And you can see on wastewater and water that we have an increase on single family of about $450 on the water fee and $310 on the wastewater fee. We're still very competitive, I guess is the way I would put that. This methodology that we use ensures that we get a return for all customers buying into our system. So if we look at the commercial customer class, you can again see, and this is probably more important to council or equally important to you, that we maintain a competitive edge based on the discussion that you just had on our economics in the community. We certainly don't want the water utility to be a reason somebody doesn't come to Longmont. We're just fine if it is the reason that they do locate here because of the high quality and reliable supply that we have. So that gets me to council options. And I think I'm under 10 minutes. So we have more information after this, and it's the information with regards to the cash flows and in each of the funds. So if council is interested, I can go through that briefly on the cash flows. Bottom line of what we're looking for tonight is on the single-family residential customers, we're looking to see if there's council support to implement a 5th tier. That will be a more aggressive, conservation-focused water rate structure. We're also recommending that if you do that, that we don't rely on that revenue, because our intent is to try to work with customers to have them not be in that tier. And so we don't want to start relying on revenue that frankly may not be there. But staff would generally support doing that. We're interested in knowing if council supports that so that we can prepare for that in the rate structure. Then we also ultimately need to get direction with regards to preparing the ordinances to come back to you for the rate increases. We've included in the information that we handed around tonight what's in our current code, and that's when you look at our recommended actions, we're recommending that we do this for a 5-year time period. That's what I've been used to. You can see that the last time we did this, we did them from 2001 out to 2005. And so you put in place that sort of certainty for the customers that they understand and they can expect what to see. It also tells the bond holders, if you have to go to the bond market, what you're looking for to support your rates and your cash finance plan over time. So with that, I will shut up and answer questions.
Yes, we've got some questions here. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess one of the questions I have is how many people do we have that use 40,000 gallons a month, single-family residential, and
why?
What do they use that much water for? I mean, it's that looks like irrigation volumes to me, not unless they have a very large, extremely green bluegrass lawn and a lot of it run off into the street or something like that. It seems rather excessive. And just to comment on it, I guess if someone wants to use that much water, it should be at a high enough rate that they do subsidize the lifeline rate. And so I would be perfectly happy to have that 5th tier in there so that we can subsidize some of those that or maybe don't use nearly as much water and maybe are actually more needy.
If you really want to know, I think John can tell you what percent of our
Would you like to
customers are there.
introduce our speakers?
Yes, this is John Gallagher with Red Oak Consulting. John has on our rate study, as he has done for a number of years. He's very familiar with Longmont's rates. And we also have Andrew Ream from Red Oak and Bill Powell, our business services manager. Good job.
I don't think I can answer the question about why they use that much water. I can tell you how many you have in that category, though. About 1.6% of your single-family customers use 40,000 gallons and greater, and that represents about 2.3% of the volume that you sell. And overall, that's about $50,000 of revenue to the utility on an annual basis.
So to surmise that, it's not one or two. There are a few folks that do that.
Half dozen?
Just quickly, do they have leaks?
I
mean, we talked about, you've got that in your narrative, that, you know, some of the...
Talking about retail leakage, this is...
Well, yeah, retail leakage, water leakage. Hopefully it's nothing
Pretty
sewer.
large leak, I would think. I imagine it's irrigation.
Okay.
And
Large lots.
large lots.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blue?
Thank you to your staff and to the department. I'm just really pleased to see this happen. I would agree with Councilmember Hanson. I would like to see us go to the 5th tier. It reminds me a little bit of the dilemma that we're in with the whole idea of the gas tax paying for roads. You want that revenue to come in to pay for roads, but as people have chosen other means of transportation, that is going down and is not a reliable source. So I would commend you for looking ahead and not relying on that in your budget forecasting. I would move that we direct staff to prepare necessary ordinances to go ahead and enact the rate and fee adjustments effective the first of the year, 2009.
Okay, got it. Moved and seconded. Okay, see if we know how to do this. Okay,
guess we
let's
can't
have,
really
let's
vote.
have a couple more comments then. Sorry about that. I'm still trying to get used to this
I'm just going
technology.
to echo my,
Councilmember Levinson.
thank you, concurrence with the motion that's here, even though we're not really officially voting on anything tonight, are we?
Right, it's
We
a
can just do,
sense of
provide,
council.
yeah, so I would agree to provide that direction. And then I also want to compliment you on the fact that when you guys went ahead and videotaped or taped this, that we got the CD, it was really effective. It was like hitting the easy button for me. It was like I could read it, I could like see you on tape,
Back us
and
up.
then I really understood it. Came full circle for me. So I think that was really effective for me learning the material, and I do really appreciate that extra effort. One question I had, and I had just a small opportunity to talk to you about this concern. When we're looking at the fees for residential, do we have any handle yet on how that would impact mixed-use development?
Mayor Pro Tem Banker and Councilmember Levinson, yes, we do. Our current, and I apologize, I didn't know that when you asked me that on the phone, but the way we do mixed use right now is that we use fixture counts. And what that means is we look at the fixtures that are in the plans that are coming forward. That helps us to derive a fee based on number of fixture counts. If it happens to be a mixed use that also has a residential component to it, we apply the multifamily rate structure, which is the lower rate driver, which gives an incentive for mixed use projects to come forward. We're trying to minimize that rate impact, not rate, fee impact on them. So that we have found, and frankly, Longmont, I think we're one of the few cities doing that have really struggled to come up with a sort of a creative mixed-use fee that doesn't bind a project and say you have to buy X, when many times they don't know exactly what's going to be going into those mixed-use developments or what's going to be there over time. So that's worked for us this far, and we're not proposing to make any changes to that philosophy or that approach in this particular study.
So when is that set? Because sometimes in the mixed-use projects, I understand the mixed-use overlay district allows a very high level of flexibility. If something comes in, would we be being unfair if there was a project that was mixed-use retail commercial and then the commercial didn't prove up, and in later stages when the finishing of the interior was being done, that they decided to add one floor of retail? can we go back and reassess that?
I think at the time of the finish of the project, when those building permits are pulled, if working with our building inspection group, we should be able to match up the appropriate fees at the time the finishing is happening. Because I agree with you, and that is what we've experienced as well. As many times, not all of the facets of the mixed use are ready to go at the same time, and so some may stay in a rough finish mode, whereas something else goes. So that's how we're doing it now. We're learning, so as we get more of these, we may get more sophisticated about how we try to do it, but it's working for us right now.
And how would we accommodate the site amenities in some of these mixed-use projects? The site itself has some nice
Landscaping,
enhancements, landscaping, maybe a small grassy area or courtyard area, and you want to keep that aesthetic of the project being a very quality aspect of a project. Is this able to accommodate having some of those quality elements?
I'll try this, and if I get it wrong, John will correct me, but and this is going back to memory when we did this a year or two ago. We give some upfront allowance for a certain amount of a lawn area. I believe it's 5,000 square feet. If they go above that, I think we count fixture counts again in their sprinkler systems. The fixture count way is the best way. It's the most exact way, if you can, to match up somebody's water demand with our requirement to serve, as opposed to saying you've got to go buy a 2-inch meter. Sometimes they don't need a whole 2-inch meter, but we do know if they have a sprinkler system, you can equate that back to fixture counts. So that's how we would do it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hanson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I had a couple other questions. I know we have a lot of new projects coming online, both in water and wastewater, and I'm just looking at a lot of our rates and water taps, et cetera, and we're far below a lot of other cities, which I'm proud of. But on the other hand, is this kind of an opportunity for us to get ahead of the game a little bit right now too? And I'm wondering if we're being aggressive enough just to be closer to some of the other cities and what their rates are. And I was even looking at some of the like the multifamily systems fees in our council packet here, and I was looking at the increases, and those are pretty much just about 3% per year. It's pretty much inflation or cost of living increase. It's so I which is okay. I mean, if that covers all our costs, I'm not trying to
More.
Exactly, but I do want to be sure that we're covering all of our projects adequately in the near future.
Councilmember Hanson, to respond to that, a couple of things. One is, even though we're comparing ourselves to a lot of different cities, these cities are all very different. They're all in different stages of development. They're all in different stages of build-out. Longmont is approaching its build-out condition. And so we're not faced with the need to build as many huge kinds of projects that really drive your system development fee numbers. That was our situation 15, 20 years ago. We've really sort of matured beyond that. And I think you're seeing some reflection of that on the system of development fee side. On the rate side, I do attribute a lot of that to our strategic planning and our ability to control and reduce our costs. Because that's not where we were. 6 years ago, everybody called us. Everybody wanted to know what Longmont's rates were because they look better than us, and so I think we're funding a capital program that's responsible. I think it's one that meets our needs. It's not buying everything we need right when we need it, kind of thing, but it certainly is planning for meeting the long-term needs of the system. And I think another important thing is we need to look at this frequently. We can't, and our staff, Bill's staff, the business services group, they are charged with looking at the viability of the rates every year. And if we look at a 5-year picture, if something changes dramatically, we'll be down here talking with you all and saying, this condition has changed and we need to explain why.
I think one of the benefits that we have, we are attractive to some businesses that are water consumers because of the fact that we do have a reasonably good quality water supply at a very reasonable rate. I just had one. I know it's kind of just a detail here, but I was looking at the monthly water service charges for the the different pipeline sizes in our, I guess I use pipeline because it goes all the way from 5/8 down to 12 inches. That looks almost like a water main almost. I don't know how many businesses have something that large coming into it, but you know, normally the flows that kind of go as a square function as a cross-sectional area, would the prices normally go in that direction, or
Spoken like a true engineer. You're correct, Councilman Hanson. The monthly water service charge, it is proportional to the capacity of that meter, which is a function of the cross-section, the area of it. And these are all coming out of the AWWA standards. Okay. And so Longmont's not making these up. We're all following the standards that national organization puts out, that then the meter manufacturers also build to those standards. So the whole system is set up so that you're installing meters that are calibrated and follow these ratios from a 5/8 up to a 12-inch.
Okay, so there's a well-established methodology here. Okay.
We didn't make, this isn't a new one, right?
No, thank you.
I've got a question on page 33 of your report, your executive summary. You say that one of your goals is to have 90 days annual O&M operating maintenance reserves for operating reserves. And it seems to me, isn't that a different kind of policy than what we're now talking about for our electric company?
Mayor Pro Tem Banker, I was trying to pay attention that night, but I think LPC was looking at at structuring their reserve a little differently. I think the direction I think the council gave that night, though, was to go back and look at that and see if they could rescope it into something more measured on number of days of operating reserve. That's
Not
what I
necessarily
remember.
change the dollar amount or how it was calculated, but make it easier to understand.
Philosophy,
Because
right.
if I recall, it was extremely complicated. You would never be able to explain it. But in terms of the dollar amount, my sense was it was going to go up substantially too. It was more than
Right.
90 days.
And Mayor, that's correct, and they were going to, when they bring it back to you, they will translate it into how many days that would equal, and do a better job of explaining what it's based on.
Okay, I guess though, then I would ask for you to talk with Longmont Power and reevaluate your necessary reserve, although 90 days to me seems reasonable, but electric is coming in now with something so much higher, so anyway, just a thought. I know we need to vote. One other thing, we'll probably vote and we'll go forward with this and you will draw up the ordinance. I do have one request. All of the material that you've given us tonight, when we get the ordinance that you're going to bring forward, could we also have this material put
Again?
into the package?
Absolutely.
Because
Good
there's
reminder.
an awful lot of information here. I want to go over it, review it, remember the
Make
high
sure we got the
points.
ordinances written the way we thought we did.
Well, okay.
And we will do that, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Hanson, you've got another question.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess to reiterate what Karen was saying, I really do like it presented that way in the time period. I think that's very useful. I think that should be sort of our minimum. I know it's pretty conservative, but I think that should be our minimum amount, to be honest with you. And I'm just sort of, just as a curiosity question, if we just turned all of our sources of water off today, in terms of reserve, how many days or weeks or months or years do we actually have of water reserve in just comparison to our financial reserve for water, wastewater operations?
Clarify, Councilmember Hanson, you mean from a physical, how much, if all the streams dried up today?
Yeah, exactly. We don't have any
We
feet
typically
raw
have
water.
2 years. We typically have 2 years of water in supply, in storage at any given time. Our goal is to maintain a 2-year reserve, which is very conservative and should comfort people at home that we're not going to run out of water.
Okay, thank you,
Comforts
Dale.
me.
Should we vote? Okay. And it passes with everyone present voting yes.
Thank you.
On to the next item, which is similar. Ken?
That item's going to be presented by Ken Houston.
Okay, I'd also like to thank John and Andrew for coming up tonight, and Bill, and staying for our whole economic development conversation. Thank you for your long evening and your good work.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm Ken Houston, the Water Resources Administrator with the Public Works and Water Utilities Department. And I'll try to real briefly summarize the presentation we had on the Water Conservation Master Plan. We're right at the finishing stages of developing this plan and bringing it before you. The master plan process has been going on for about a year and a half. The primary purpose of the Water Conservation Master Plan is to conserve our water, to preserve a quality of life in Longmont. It is also to enhance our ultimate water supply so that at build out of the city, we have sufficient water supplies for the ultimate build out, and with a goal of about 10% of the water supply saved through water conservation. Our presentation gave you a quick summary of the BMPs that are included in this plan. In general, we have continued the residential conservation programs that we've done in the past, and this new plan builds on those residential programs, builds a few additional residential conservation efforts, but also focuses heavily in the business and HOA areas for industrial commercial areas to also continue and increase our water conservation savings in those areas. Ultimately, the overall purpose of this plan is to plan out the water conservation efforts over the next 10 years. Of the 10% savings, that's about 3,500 acre feet of savings. This plan calls for a realization of about 1,600 acre feet of that 3,500 acre feet in the next 10 years, and does increase our funding significantly. Currently, we're funding water conservation in around the $75,000 a year range, and this plan is $3.3 million over 10 years for an average of about $330,000 a year. So this plan will help us realize that ultimate goal. Really tonight what we wanted to do is kind of finalize the public input process. Rather than go through the complete list of the public input processes, I just wanted to highlight a lot of the public input process occurred through Water Board, which has spent the last year and a half reviewing and having public hearings on this meeting. We had formal open houses. We met with advisory boards. We had articles in the Times Call, newspaper advertisements in there, as well as an open house, and most recently went to Rhythm on the River to get public input, and had a web survey, and so we tried to cover as many different bases as we could to get that public input process. Tonight, after if there are any questions or any further information we can provide, with us tonight is Holly Nelson with CH2ML, who assisted in the preparation of this, and Tracy Beauvais from Western Resources Institute, who also assisted in the preparation of this plan. We'd try to answer any questions you might have, final questions we might have on that, or if there's any additional information that we can provide for you, or any best management practices that you would like to see either included or not included in the plan as we go forward. After that, what staff is requesting City Council direction is whether or not to return next week for formal adoption of the plan. Once adopted, the plan, we'll start following the plan, but also we will submit the plan to the state of Colorado, who will, by statutory authority, will review that and hopefully also approve the plan. After approved by the state of Colorado, we will then be eligible for grant funding for a portion of the conservation efforts. There's, I believe, at least 3 years of money in the state coffers right now, and we hear that they intend to continue that program at the conclusion of it. So we expect some grant funding will be available to help us continue this program forward. So at that point, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to try to answer them.
Okay. Well, I've got 2 questions. First of all, what is the base year? When you say it's a 10-year water conservation plan, I was looking for this. Maybe I just missed it. Is it 2008, 2009? And so 10 years from now?
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, this plan, it'll be 10 years, starting in 2009. We'll adopt the plan this year. It will really probably take till about the end of the year by the time the state gets through it. And this plan calls for an implementation really to start next year in 2009. We have included in your annual budget the additional funding at the $330,000 level. And so starting with the 2009 year funding, we'll hopefully have some grants from the state and we'll be able to move forward with this
Okay,
program.
so then my understanding is if 2008 or 2009 is your base year, then all of the water conservation measures that have already been enacted will not be counted toward the 10% savings goal.
Ultimately, Mayor Pro Tem, ultimately the 10% savings goal is 3,500 acre feet we hope to achieve. We have achieved some of that. Our first conservation master plan was in 1996, and we've been working on conservation since then. The 1,600 acre feet, which is what we're our goal is for the 10-year period, that is correct. Those prior savings are not included in that 1,600 acre feet. What we've saved, what the 1,600 acre feet plus what we'll, continue conservation efforts as we continue to build out our planning area, our goal is to reach that 3,500 through all three of those areas. So that.
Okay, so that's on top of the 1,600.
That is correct, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
What we've already saved is on top of the 1,600
Okay.
acre feet for the 10
Okay.
years.
Then I want
to get us to the
clarification.
3,500.
Okay, and then one other question. This very thick report here, you do say outdoor summertime water use constitutes about 50% of the total water use in the city. I was surprised to see that number. So 50% of our water use this summer is for basically irrigation and other types of.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, that's actually 50% of our total water use. So if you
Total
take
water use,
the
not
winter
just the
use
summer months.
and then you take kind of that base use, that inside use, it would be 50% of that. So our demands, just in general, our demands are around the 10 to 12 million gallons a day in the winter, but they go up around 30 million gallons a day. So you almost triple them in summer. And that's because more than 50% of it in summer is outside watering. But
Okay,
on a
thank
year
you.
basis, it's 50%.
Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think that brings up a very important point too, that we can do a lot with water conservation outdoors, and I think the other thing to bear in mind too, correct me if I'm wrong, that a lot of the indoor water goes through wastewater treatment, and then we basically get to reuse that when it's discharged in the St. Vrain, whereas the irrigation water, there's significantly more loss and less recovery, so we can do a whole lot more in the water conservation area for our outdoor water usage in terms of minimal investment for residences and commercial use, et cetera.
Yes, that is correct.
I did want to comment too on the latest version of the water conservation master plan. It's very readable now. The table of contents is easy to work through, and there's information on abbreviations and stuff like that, and so it's a much more readable document. And I thank you for all the edits and work that went into this.
Councilmember Levinson.
Yes, Mr. Houston and the staff person from CH2M Hill, I really appreciated the work you did to talk to no one to make your presentation on tape. That really helped. I know it was a difficult thing, but it really did help me learn about this issue more effectively. So I thought the way you did it was just great. And I also really like the depth that the city has gone to for so many different kinds of outreach to the public. The surveys, the water board, the normal standard public meetings, Rhythm on the River. I think that the variety was just great. And if we didn't capture enough diverse opinions, I don't know how many more ways we could do it, frankly, to get out there in those layers of the community. So I appreciate that extra effort it must have taken. And I also really like the fact that there's a strong component of education. I think I can't remember which page, but there was, I think, the support for the the K through 12 education around water conservation through the Water Festival as one of those big events that the city does for children. I think that that's extremely effective because the children will go home and educate the parents. And I think that's a very good tool to use. I also really enjoy in the report on page 43 is a really well laid out chart on the summary of costs for water safe for various measures and programs. That was really well laid out and understandable. So due to the fact that you guys did such a great job with the report and your presentation on the DVD, I really don't have any questions. I feel I've understood this.
Councilmember Blue?
Thank you. I would echo Councilmember Levinson's comments and particularly enjoyed the education piece since I got to take part in it this last year. I want to compliment you on the cover of the master plan and the use of xeriscape plans. I really appreciated that with the Russian sage taking front and center, and it's one of my favorites. Also, I'd like to comment on or compliment you on the definition of and abbreviations, all those acronyms that you guys float around and we float them around, and it just made it very helpful. Thank you very much.
Although FTE is full-time equivalent, a full-time
What is it?
engineer. I caught that. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to say that. Right. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, then I can assume there is a sense of council to bring it forward to us next week. Correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, yes. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to the next item, fishing permits. One water issue after another? Okay.
Yes, I'll go ahead and
We don't know. We could do a survey.
yeah. I'll go ahead
Yes,
and
do.
continue on with this item. What we have before you tonight is just a quick summary update of where we are with the Ralph Price Reservoir Fishing Permit program review. The biggest effort we're undergoing right now is to continue with the public input process to get input from both the users and the general public on this. In our presentation, we tried to update you on some of the input we've been getting and some of the efforts that we've undergone to do that. One of the things that, and one reason we're coming back tonight is one of the suggestions that came up was to possibly offer a free fishing day up at Button Rock. We've looked at that proposal, and we feel that there is at least merit in that. And the staff has really determined that the easiest way to do this would be to combine it with the annual free fishing day that the Division of Wildlife does every year. We actually have a little bit of a confusion. People think the state advertises a free fishing day, and then people come up there and say, oh, we get to fish up here free, and we say, no, you still got to have a city permit. And so it's probably the one day of the year that the average citizen is a little slightly confused. It's usually the first Saturday of June each year, so that will be coming up, fairly quickly next year. So that's really, we've discussed this with Water Board, and they concurred with that recommendation that we continue to look at that option. If we did that, though, since that's already passed for this year, that would not give us, an opportunity to do a free fishing day this year. In discussing that with Water Board, they kind of agreed that it's probably better, since most people bought their fishing permits this year, assuming that they wouldn't have that opportunity, we wouldn't have a conflict from that. So at this point, staff and Water Board are recommending we continue with the plan as we've laid it out. Our current plan is to finalize the public input process in about mid-September. We do have a web survey. Hopefully all the citizens who maybe hear us tonight or are aware of this program will have an opportunity to go to our web and give us additional input through that survey process. But in so doing, we hope then to be able to come back next fall with a complete summary of all the input and different ideas on ways we can carry this program forward. Generally, though, most of the comments have been positive. Most citizens want us to continue with the permit program. There is a little bit of support for both a slight increase in the number and slight increase in the cost. So because we haven't increased the cost in 20 years, so it's probably timely. So
Yeah.
currently, we're planning on bringing all that information back this fall when we're done with the public input, unless council would otherwise want us to come back. If we wanted to do a free fishing day this year, we'd have to come back fairly soon with it would require an ordinance change to change our city code to allow us to do that, and we'd have to do that fairly soon. So that's why we wanted to update you on where we are. So if
Okay.
there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer that.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks, Ken, for being the presenter tonight. Dennis did a very good job on the DVD. The only thing that a couple of things. The only thing I didn't see, how much are the permits? I read the packet, and for some reason, the number's escaping me.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Santos. Currently, the city residents pay $10 a year, and non-city residents pay $13 a year.
Okay. And I noticed, looking at some of the survey questions that you have already received, some people were talking about limiting the amount of permits you could buy. Is there a current limit right now?
There is not a current limit right now.
No limit, okay. And you mentioned that, and I would agree, that coordinating the free day or no permit day with the state would probably be a good idea, and beginning it in 2009. This year, I would really feel hesitant of doing a free day and then people remembering, oh, by the way, it's September whatever, and then come back next September and, wait a minute, y'all did this last year, why isn't it here again? So that I can understand as far as start the implementation of that free day along with the state in 2009. And the Water Board is still recommending that the public survey process continue. When, you said maybe mid-September, late September, that process will be done?
That's correct. We have the web survey will close mid-September. We are also attempting to personally interview users of the area as well as permit holders, and we should be completed with that effort by then.
And I also understood by reading the material that Wildlife Department would not be in favor of making it much more restrictive for non-residents to purchase these permits due to the fact they stock this reservoir, correct?
That's correct. They have to take a statewide view,
Right.
and they do assist with state funding, both stocking and the game warden, the wildlife managers assist in managing the fishing aspect, some of the enforcement of fishing aspects.
And part of this, fishing is secondary. The main purpose of this reservoir is to is water for the city. So, and currently we do 600 permits. I'd like to know if, one, to raise the amount of $10 to another amount, perhaps 15 to 20, making a limit of no more than 4. This, I'm just talking off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly look at raising the amount of from 600 to maybe 625. Maybe start a small progress of raising that limit. So as I read the material, there's not a whole lot of environmental impacts with fishing now, but I would really hate to see, we open it up to 100 and then all of a sudden we have some issues that we have to scale back down. I think a metered approach of raising the fees, limiting the amount of permits that one can purchase, and then maybe a small increase of those permits that from 600 to 625. That's something I think might be doable.
Councilmember Hanson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Currently, we're not having any issue with selling all the permits, so I guess one of the questions I have is why do we even want to do sort of a promotional free day if we're not really trying to necessarily promote the site unless we're trying to get new people in that haven't fished there before? Is there a reason why we'd want to do a free day?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Hanson, I believe we are studying the idea of the free day because that was one of the suggestions from some of the citizens who had not had an opportunity to purchase it. I think what some of the citizens are hoping is if they don't have an opportunity to purchase a permit, then at least they would have an opportunity to go up there one time during the year. You kind of have a guarantee that they'll be able to go up there at least once per year. That was kind of, I think, where the idea behind that. And so, you know, we'll try to bring, when we bring the entire program back, we'll bring a discussion on that. And you know, we aren't necessarily advocating it. We're just trying to respond to that particular request. On the average, most permit holders fish, you know, some fish many times, some fish only once or maybe never. On average, around 3 trips per year. So for somebody who maybe only fishes once per year, they're thinking, well, see, I'll just go up that one day and go. So we're just trying to respond to that suggestion and bring that up as part of the overall discussion.
Right, that makes sense. Now, I guess the other question I have in terms of the broadness of the survey is there, I guess I'd be a little bit concerned about just surveying the people that use that facility, but maybe, you know, being that it is a Longmont reservoir, maybe getting the opinions of all the people in more of a random survey method, and maybe we put that in there. I can't remember. I know we discussed it at some point in time. Otherwise, we're going to get kind of a biased opinion that's going to be slanted towards those people that use it rather than the whole of Longmont that has an interest in that reservoir. Can you tell me how that was arranged?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Hanson. The primary reason we're doing the personal interviews is because we have we contact our rangers are at the site, and they do have contact with the visitors and the users of the area. We didn't want to limit it just to the permit holders because, you know, additional use in the area impacts the fishing resource, impacts that experience, but it also impacts somebody who might go up, you know, simply to watch the wildlife or hike, you know, because, you know, the additional use of the area. So we wanted everybody's input. So that's why we're specifically targeting the user of the area. But I agree with you 100%. We were very concerned that all Longmont citizens have an opportunity to have the input, and that's why we were hoping that the web survey, which is accessible to anybody at any time, you know, if you have internet access or use the library, you know, and we also have the forms down at the wastewater utilities department. If somebody doesn't have web access, we can either send them one in the mail or they can come down and hand fill one out. But we're hoping that web survey gets the bulk of the interested citizenry in Longmont can go online and fill out a quick survey.
Okay.
Councilmember, I'm sorry.
I just a couple more questions or comments, I guess.
Sorry,
I would agree with Councilmember Santos that we should have an increase, and you mentioned the fact it's been a very long time since we've had an increase, and I think we could have a pretty modest increase, being that it's been so long since we've had an increase. But I am a little bit concerned about increasing the number of people. You know, we did go from 500 to 600 permits, and you know, I think it's great that a lot of people get to use this area, but on the other hand, there's always going to be a very real environmental impact if we increase the number of people that use that area. So I guess I would be disposed towards keeping it at the 600 level that we've currently got and not increase it. I was looking at our survey that we have so far that says selling additional permits, and although there was a lot of stuff sort of in the neutral and disagree or about the same, if you look at the strongly disagree and the strongly agree to additional permits was 2% and strongly disagree was 9%. And so it seems like there's a sort of a strong naysayer group in there too. And I don't know what their motivations are there, but I would be concerned about, you know, too many more permits there just because of the environmental impact. And I think it's a great resource that we can share with people, but that's just kind of where I'm at with it. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Levison.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to make a motion to extend our meeting time past 11 to take care of this item, and then to the end of item 12, which is adjournment.
Okay, second. Okay, let's vote. And everyone voted yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
Yes. I'd like to say I really enjoyed seeing the presentation by the officer in charge up there. I didn't have a face to go with the name, so I was happy to see that. And there were some good visuals, too. The other thing, I want to support the idea that we increase the fees at this time, but I am not in favor of increasing the number of permits for more than 600. Just seems that it's operated at that level so well, and to continue to increase it, we really won't know where we get to that tipping point of where it does have a larger effect. That's just my direction. One other question. What is there really is no limit of how many permits someone could walk in and buy. So what's to prevent someone from reselling them? Could they sell them on eBay and scalp them, or? I mean, when they're talking about limiting, I mean, some families are quite large, and so maybe, 4 would cover only mom and dad, the kids, and not the grandparents. And so where do we draw the line about how many permits for people to buy?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Levinson, the permits are issued to an individual, so they're not transferable.
They're not transferable. Okay.
And most people, admittedly, most people who buy them either buy them for themselves and their family, or extended families, or friends who, a social fishing circle. Originally, when we started the program in 1989, you had to appear in person. You had to bring a valid fishing permit, a state fishing license. We were, I think even for a while we had like a two limit, but we were limited. We had it very strictly, and we kind of got a little pushback from that because you have to come in, you have to take many people had to take a day off work if they worked out of town, or they worked in Denver or Boulder, had to take a day off work just so they could come in and buy their fishing permit. And they said, hey, that's a little too much bureaucracy. So we had a discussion when we increased to the 600 permits with council at that point, and said, we tried to address that issue, and I think it may have opened, while we addressed the issue of, it's too cumbersome for us to get a permit, we then ended up, and that happened also, by the way, for a number of years, probably 5, 6, 7 years, we didn't even sell out. So it was kind of like, why make it too hard to get it if we're not selling out? I think now that we are selling out, it's probably time to revisit that issue, and we'll certainly bring that back, because that is one of the issues that I think the citizens are telling us that they want us to look at. I don't think they're saying, zero, only 1 per person, but I think they're definitely saying limited in, 2 or 3 or immediate family type things. We can have that discussion, but yeah, that's a very good point. That's how we got where we are today.
Does the state differentiate for children as opposed to adults with the permit you would have to purchase from the state?
Yes, they do. 15 and under, and I hope I'm telling you this exactly right, 15 and under, you do not have to have a state fishing license. 16 and older, you do have to have a state fishing license. So our fishing permit program mirrors that state almost. What we do is, if you're 15 or under, you don't have to have a permit to fish in the reservoir, as long as you are fishing with a permit holder. So like a grandfather could take his grandson fishing with him if he had a fishing permit and his grandson was 15 or under.
Right. And then one final question. Would it be even manageable to consider going to a lottery system? I mean, are you getting 1,000 requests, 1,200 requests for these permits? Would you ever consider doing that? And it probably wouldn't be cost efficient even if we raised the price, but would it become more fair?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Levinson, that is one of the discussions we've had actually with Water Board, and probably one of the items we will bring back. I don't know that it'll be suggested, but is a lottery type of system. We've talked a couple different ways of doing that. So yeah, that's a good point, and we'll certainly include that in the whole list of things that could happen. We estimate, just based kind of on input we got back and how many people kind of came to the windows after the permits were sold out, that type of thing, that probably around 100 or 150 people fairly, within the next couple of weeks, attempted to get a license after it sold out. So we kind of think that's probably about how many more, we could have sold if we had that many more for sale. And so, yeah, a slight lottery system. We'll have that discussion, and we have to bring those thoughts back together, but just raising the price is going to probably cut out some of the sales, just because some of the sales, people say, oh, I think it's inexpensive enough, I'll buy it, I'm not even sure I'm gonna make it this year. So we'll probably get it up at least high enough that they'll think, they'll really buy it because they want to go.
Yeah.
And so-
And I wouldn't suggest doing the lottery if it's not cost efficient. If it's going to be really a drain on the program, I'm really not in favor of doing that. I'm glad you thought of that, though.
Councilmember Blue?
Thank you. As someone who's not a fisherman but who goes up there a lot, I would just report that of course, I don't get clear to the west end of the lake very often, but I don't see too many fishermen on the days I've been there. Where I see most of the fishermen is below the dam from the entrance on in. I see quite a number, but it never seems like it's a huge number. I'm sympathetic to the Longmont residents who've tried to get permits and find they're gone. So I would support the limit of the number of permits that one person can walk in and get. And Councilmember Santos suggested 4. I would suggest that the Water Board kind of wrestle with that and come up with a figure that they think is manageable. I would not be opposed to raising the fee slightly. I think at this point I would be opposed to increasing the number. It's quite an experience if you're up there, and even though I'm not a fisherman, I very much value that experience, and I like the fact that it's pretty pristine and takes a little bit of physical effort to get up to the top of the dam.
I'd like to add my 2 cents worth here. I would hope we could provide Longmont residents with a better opportunity to get a permit, because we did get some complaints this past year that Longmont residents were denied, didn't make it, or didn't get the information soon enough. And so if you can talk to DOW and get a higher figure than 35 to 40%, I think that would be a good thing. And if you can maybe also substantially increase the non-resident fishing permit fee, that might take care of it, double it. If we're going to be raising the resident fee, whether it's $15 or $20, then double the non-resident fee, and maybe that'll take care of the numbers. So, so do you have enough direction, or did you need a motion or anything?
No, the direction is wonderful. I really appreciate the input on that. This will really help us as we move forward and talk to Water Board and bring the programs back. And unless I believe I've got kind of a clear consensus that if we do, we'll just bring it back for consideration. But if we do a free day, it'll be next June at that one. So I think
Thank you, Ken.
that works well for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we can now move on to mayor and council comments. Do we have any comments? Councilmember McCoy, I've got a few comments here.
Well, as a educator, I just want to remind people that most children are back in school, and so to remember to look carefully as you're pulling in and out of the driveway in the mornings and in the afternoons. And remember, it's the law whether you're driving on Main Street or whether you're driving on one of the side streets, that when a pedestrian steps into the crosswalk, you are required to stop. A lot of folks in town here, a lot of folks throughout the country don't understand that, but in this state and in this city, it's a law that you're supposed to stop. So folks need to remember that. That probably would increase foot traffic downtown if people understood that those mid-block locations there are places where they should be stopping as well. So just letting people know that there are kids out there now bicycling and riding their scooters to school and walking. So keep track of them.
Okay, Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Dale, if you got a minute, maybe you could comment on some possible new dates for our environmental summit and some of the virtues of various states. I know that this is, you're in kind of a difficult position right now in terms of the date that we proposed before, and maybe you could discuss some options for us.
Mayor Pro Tem Banker and Councilmember Hanson, thank you. Yeah, where we are, we have been in conversations with the governor's office. It is our desire to try to get the governor to come and speak on his energy policy. And what he has told us is he is not available on October 11th and he's not available on November 15th. So we are focusing in on November 8th. And we don't have it guaranteed. I don't want to say that he's because they really schedule him out about 6 weeks in advance. What we do know is he's at least in town right now for that weekend. We've also been working on the venue to get a good location for that. And one that I actually looked at today and we've been thinking about is at the Vance Brand Auditorium in the Skyline High School. I think it could work very well. The auditorium is just great, and it's actually the civic auditorium that the city and the school district own and operate. They're being very helpful with us. I'd like to commend the school district on trying to work with this since they are back in school. They are using their schools. But on this Saturday, I think we can get use of the auditorium and the commons, the library, the Lyceum, so we have areas to break out and have some good discussions. We also may give us an opportunity to partner with the school district on some of the aspects of, we're trying to coin this a little differently too. Ron Shaw, because some folks thought we should have a better title other than the Environmental Summit. So we're looking at Longmont's Sustainable Harvest Fair. And that may be too much, but the idea is that you can harvest the resources in a sustainable manner, similar to and celebrate it. It can be a celebration of the harvest, similar to the way you have celebration of our agricultural heritage in Longmont. We could hopefully tie in with the Longmont Farmers Market. So there's an opportunity, I think, to partner on a number of different aspects. So we're trying to move away from calling it a environmental whatever. We're trying to move into something that's a little different that people can look forward to every year, that they know that there's an ongoing effort. So real quick, we're looking for the 8th. We're not absolutely set on that. What we know is October 11th doesn't work for the governor. And venues are very difficult. The fairgrounds, we looked at trying to get into the fairgrounds. That's pumpkin pie days. So we'd be competing with pie and us, and it wouldn't work. So we think the high school is really good opportunity. If that doesn't work, we also have a venue at the Radisson on the 15th that we're holding as well. So we have our reserve held there if for some reason the 8th falls through. But right now, our primary focus is trying to get to November 8th, knowing that that's our best shot to try to get Governor Ritter here.
I guess, did you want some input from us tonight?
Sure, and if council has other ideas for us, shoot us. Oh, no, don't shoot us. Tell them, shoot them at us.
Well, I guess I'm okay with either one of those options, but maybe we can get some input from
others. Does anybody want to comment on the summit?
I agree, November 8th looks better now, so that would be fantastic.
Okay, I see another thumb, a couple thumbs.
Yeah, I may talk to you afterwards, not take up everybody's time.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Levinson?
Yes,
if
thank
we
you,
wanna
Mayor
move on
Pro
to the
Tem.
next item.
Yes, I would like to encourage everyone, since we spent about an hour and a half talking about downtown, I would encourage everybody to go out and celebrate the
The 8th falls through, but right now, our primary focus is trying to get to November 8th, knowing that that's our best shot to try to get Governor Ritter here.
I guess, did you want some input from us tonight? with
And
the-
if council has other ideas for us, shoot us, or no, don't shoot us. Tell them, shoot them at us.
Well, I guess I'm okay with either one of those options, but maybe we can get some input from others.
Does anybody want to comment on the summit?
I agree, November 8th looks better now, so that would be fantastic.
Okay, I see another thumb, a couple thumbs.
Yeah, I may talk to you afterwards, not take up everybody's time.
Okay.
Councilmember Levinson?
Yes,
if
thank
we
you,
wanna
Mayor
move on
Pro
to the
Tem.
next item.
Yes, I would like to encourage everyone, since we spent about an hour and a half talking about downtown, I would encourage everybody to go out and celebrate the end of summer tradition now in Longmont, which is Festival on Main. The streets will be closed, and there will be plenty of fun. And I don't know where the council will be. Are we going to have a place where we are? We're scheduled, several of us. And where would the booth be?
You do have a booth, and you have an email that has a map on it that will show you where you are, and Rigo will probably tell you exactly.
Good evening, Rigo Leal, the city's public information officer. The booth is right near St. Stephen's Plaza, so it's a really good spot in terms of traffic. So, and Gordon's right. We sent you an email today, and we actually attached a map for you, so you can know exactly where you need to be.
I guess I wasn't on email late. Well, several of us.
hang out there the whole evening?
No, several of us signed up to be available as part of the activities. You know.
That's correct, and that's
no
part of the
dunk
email.
tank, right? We're not going to be in a
No,
dunk tank or anything.
unless you want one.
No, no, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Well, unless it would raise a lot of revenue for the city. That's the only way I would do it. If it would be like, $100 a shot or something. Yeah. The other thing I would like to ask is that we can continue a very positive meeting we had last January, where we had that open forum. And I would suggest that we look at perhaps January 13th or January 20th, whichever we could possibly schedule. I think a study session week was something that I spoke to the city manager about. And I just would like other people's input about whether or not you would be agreeable to holding one of those open forums and seeing if we can't get the public involved as we start the new year. As we did last year, we had such positive results from that, and so many different people coming forward that I think it would be useful to have that again.
Yeah, I like the idea. I'd like to do it. Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's see, staff presentations that were on the disc, I thought they were very well done. Some of them looked like they were a little nervous doing it, but I really did appreciate being able to go through my my packet and seeing the presentations. The only thing I would recommend, though, is that if you have the back in the back, there's some easel poster boards. They actually showed those on the video, that if we can have any handouts that they have also in the packet, because I couldn't read some of the fine print that were on the that was on the screen. So that'd be my only thing. Just that if whatever they're presenting, if they're going to have slides or something, to please put that in the packet as well. To Councilmember McCoy's point about the crosswalks, the Transportation Advisory Board has been talking about that, actually. Not only should vehicles be mindful of those that are in the crosswalk, pedestrians should also wait for that break in traffic before they just go into the middle of the street. That there's verbiage on the signs that says, please wait for a break in traffic. I've seen I do walk downtown, and I've seen many a pedestrian, but also many a vehicle that either they didn't know what they were doing or what have you. But that if the pedestrian's in the crosswalk, please stop, but the pedestrians also need to wait for that break in traffic. Number 3 on my list, the library director's last day is Friday. Tony Brewer has he's retiring and moving on, very short retirement. He's going to go to Erie and work in the library over there. Wish him the best. I would hope that we all wish Tony the best. He served the community very well in the library, and he will be greatly missed. We were going to do a 10-year plan, and unfortunately, one of the backbones of that plan is now leaving us. So it's very unfortunate that Tony is retiring and moving on to greener pastures. And lastly, it was mentioned, Ken Miller of Miller's Music passed away yesterday. I am in Rotary with Ken, as well as other Councilmember Blues in Rotary, as well as the city manager and the city attorney. It was a very somber day today at Rotary. He is our piano player. He starts us off. Ken had some heart issues before, and just a couple ago had an episode, and we just saw him last week, and he was very vibrant, and he's going to be severely missed in this community. He did quite a lot for the community, and my wife as well. She bought her first clarinet from Ken, and he'll be greatly missed, and I just wanted to say that.
Okay, I just have one minor thing, especially minor compared to what Councilmember Santos was just saying. We did have someone come forward tonight and talk about a private dog park. I don't know whether or not anybody is interested in moving forward with that slight change. I know I would like to see it.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, there's no reason why we can't have private parks as well as public. And if you look at how many parks there are that are available for dog owners, it's pretty minimal. And so I see no reason why people can't have private ones that could be shared. And it certainly cuts down the amount of traffic on the roads. It cuts down the amount of fuel being used, and it gives and it cuts down the number of dogs in the existing parks, because now they can be spread around in other parks. And so and it sounds like if the initiative would include all the amenities that a regular city park does to accommodate dogs, that I see no reason why we shouldn't try to get it to go through.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blue.
Well, when this, thank you, when this gentleman came forward tonight, at first I thought, well, this sounds like a good idea. My only concern would be these places that he mentions in his presentation would have to be fenced. Lou Miller, Dawson, Kensington, those are pretty big parks. I'm not sure we're willing to fence them, and if you were a resident living near there, I don't think you'd want dogs running loose without some kind of a fence. So I would have concerns.
No, that wasn't his intent. He lives in Prospect, and there's an area in Prospect that they would fence, and Prospect HOA would be the next group of folks that would have to take a look at this and decide whether or not they're interested in pursuing
Well,
it.
he specifically mentioned Lou Miller, Dawson, and Kensington.
No, that's current ordinance. The red is just the change that he would propose in the current ordinance.
I still think there's an error with this in terms of whether or not it would be fenced. It may be specific for Prospect, but I don't like the inclusion there. I think we'd have to have quite a bit of change.
Well, then I think we would have to take a look at our current ordinance and tighten it up, because, again, my understanding was the red highlighted area was what he was asking to make a change on. And I'm sure there's probably some other areas in there that refer to the rules, regulations, and liability issues of a dog park. But I would like to ask that this come forward and any pertinent, relevant information be brought to us so we know what the ups and downs of this issue might be. Let's see, City Manager, do you have any remarks tonight?
Mayor Pro Tem, we had provided you the agenda for the RTD board meeting that's coming up on the 21st. It was emailed out. There is not an opportunity for public to speak at that workshop, so therefore it will be monitored by staff, and we'll report back what came out of that workshop.
Okay.
And The only other item, during my evaluation in April with the city council, we discussed the opportunity to check in once in a while during the year. And so I'm intending to call an exec session for next week if there's everyone going to be around, and we'll have that check-in on my performance with your, from your viewpoint.
Okay, good. City Attorney, do you have any remarks? No, I don't. Okay, thank you. Then we are adjourned. Good night.